Welcome to Germany. I'm Jim Beaver along with Hal Ridge. We're here at the legendary Estering for the finale of the Rallyx series. Hal, tell us a little bit about this track.
One of the oldest rallycross tracks on the planet, always provides plenty of action. There's a huge entry this weekend across loads of different categories, and I can't wait to get started.
Well, and if it seems like it was just yesterday you saw us, it was just a few days ago. We were in Nissum, Denmark. Speaking of Nissum, Denmark, and that infamous ghost of Nissum, well, catch it in Unfiltered.
Some tracks are difficult, some tracks are dangerous, but only one is haunted.
No! Absolutely huge crash. Enland came out. That's a huge off.
Nobody has ever seen it, but everyone has felt it. Every team has their own story. Somebody lost a gearbox, emergency landing with the plane because of bird strike, generator exploded, someone forgot fuel, timing died, and a scary amount of crashes. The list goes on and on. Many careers have nearly ended here, but is it driver error or something else? Could it be the ghost of Nissum? Some teams says it's all nonsense, and others are afraid that it will haunt us again.
Oh man, you're back in Rallyx after Halsbyn, huge crash there, perfect recovery the day after.
It's nice to be back in the four-wheel drive car and some proper racing, but it's a fast track, it's a really fast track.
And it's your first time here also, what do you think, what's your feeling about the track?
I think all things are awesome. The speed-wise, it's not what I'm used to, it's a lot faster, but I think it will be good. The track is really fun. It's really fun, but just need to adapt to the high speeds of the track, and the braking points is key here.
We have heard about something really strange here. Apparently there is a ghost in Nissum. Have you ever heard about this thing in Rallyx?
No,
never heard about that.
No.
And I guess you don't want to meet him during the weekend.
No, I don't believe in that kind of stuff either. So whatever happens, happens.
Har du hört talas om The Nissum Ghost?
Ja, vi får se. Kolla på den. Lappar i kontakten. Men koppla ur den push-to-talk-knappen nu. Så åker vi fram till Beaver.
Sven Lund, the cross-country championship leader, just 4 races to go.
I mean, the start has been pretty decent, I would say. In the start, in Q1, I was P7, and then Q2, P2, so I think it's going better and better, so that's good. I'm not so nervous actually, because in starting the season my expectation wasn't high at all. My goal was just to go on the podium at least one time on the season. Now I won 3 times, I think, so I don't know why my expectations should be higher just because it was going better than I thought.
Corner, that's Sledland and Tree, the 2 JC Race Technique teammates in 4th out wide.
It's the same sound, you know? It's the same. Tell us everything.
Now is my busiest race ever, but both classes are going quite well. We're leading in cross car, so Q1 was really good and Q2 was even better, so very happy with that. And in the FC2 I was P4 in Q1 and also pleased with keeping up with the guys. I'm just here to try to learn the car and how to drive a real car. When I'm in the car, it's a complete new driving style, and then it just feels like it's a car. So
you switch
it feels like no problem.
You switch your brain basically, and
And I'm very confident with my cross car. So just after the start, I know where the feeling is again.
Have you ever heard about the ghost of Nisum?
The ghost of Nisum?
Yeah.
No.
We will try to figure out if the ghost is for real or if it's just like a legend. So.
Hopefully it's not real. For some years ago I was last in the final, but I was P2 out the first corner. And it's not all the track you can do that.
This is the ghost of Nisum.
Yeah, maybe.
So the ghost is there. Thank you very much, Thomas.
Our leader does take it a little early, I thought. Lindquist, I thought he'd save it for last lap. Dives through, takes it.
Oh, it's hit the wall on the inside, hard into the barrier on the outside. Massive mistake for Alexander Lindquist. Not what he needed at all at this stage in the season. He's gutted, gesticulating in the car.
That's going to cause a problem here for Darvik. Darvik's still having to take that joker. Biffle's putting pressure.
We pushed everything we had and go to the joker. And we stayed in the line, but we touched the inside barrier this big, and this caused understeering. And then, it's hard to stop in that speed. So that small little touch to the inside wall make a big crash. So here for my spotters, it's full push, and when you have that small little touch, it makes a big impact. So
Have you heard about the Nisum ghost?
What?
The Nisum ghost. There's a legend that says that there's so much shit happening.
Yeah, last year I was P2 in the cross car final. Got the fastest lap and go to the joker, but before the joker I got puncture on the straight. So seems like Nisum is not the place for me.
The ghost is here everywhere. For a lot of people today.
Definitely not the beginning of the weekend which we all expect and believe for, but we had really good practice, so it was fully optimistic for Q1. We had a very good start, and then due to contact we both landed at the bank quite badly, and as you can see we've got quite a lot of damage, and unfortunately we don't have enough spare parts to repair the car for comeback for this event, so hopefully we'll come back in Buxtehude. Last weekend at Linen Hill, we win the event with no problems whatsoever. Here, first hit, first corner, first contact, end of the event. So we have to swallow, even if it's very disappointed.
No, I don't believe in that kind of stuff either, so whatever happens, happens.
Massive accident for Adam, the second one.
Supercar final time here from Nisum.
When he goes into the joker, which he'll have to do in the next 3 laps. Oh, Adam Owen's dropped it, coming down the hill. Oh, massive accident for Adam Owen, the second one in as many events. Rolls the FC2 backwards into the barrier. Huge crash for Adam Owen.
That was a scary one there from Adam Owen. Yeah, we're
The race has been stopped, Jim. That was a massive impact. That is the highest speed section of almost any circuit over the 2 jumps. We've seen a few drivers today, Cerno in particular, drop it there, but Gavri back up again, you know, on that landing.
Well, we've seen Adam Ullman with some big spills so far this year, some scary moments.
What happened?
No, he just spun down at the hill and he totally sold it. Jesus, so bad.
Nej, fy fan. All right, well, Hal, obviously we just had a major incident with Adam Ullman, and, you know, obviously there's a lot going on behind the scenes. One of those scary moments, highest speed section of the course, and a big impact, so I know, you know, we're working through things there, but it's been overall some great racing, beautiful facility here in Nissan.
Yeah, we want to see another driver go out like this. You know, it was a really hard crash, you know, so yeah, doesn't feel like winning to me right now. Well, it's good for the points, but I really hope Adam is okay. So yeah, a bit strange.
Welcome back to Nissan, Denmark. Jim Beaver along with Hal Ridge. We're here for day number 2, round number 8 of the Rallyx North Championship. Hal, obviously the big news coming out of yesterday, a lot of fans tuning in at home. We ended up having red flag conditions to end the day. Adam Ullman, though, we're delighted to say is back here at the track, Hal, and that's got to make everybody feel good.
Yeah, safety first. Everyone was concerned for Adam. Obviously, massive accident he had down the hill. Went to hospital last night and yeah, has been checked over. He's back in the paddock, as you say, so he won't be racing today, but certainly that's good news and what everyone was hoping for.
Yeah. All right, so we're here with Adam Ullman. Adam, you know, obviously yesterday, good to see you here. You know, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling sore in the entire body, to be honest, and a bit of a headache as well, but it could have been worse. It was a big impact for sure, so I'm happy I'm here and walking around, but no racing for me today.
Yeah, so, you know, question, obviously I know as it happened, they said there wasn't a lot you remember. Do you remember kind of the crash and what led up to it now, or is it kind of non-existent in your head?
Yeah, I got a bit, the memory have come back a bit, and I have also looked at the in-car footage, and I think something failed in the rear suspension. Maybe I had some contact with another guy in the first corner, and I think I got some damage there, and then when I landed in the jump, the rear left wheel just went right and pushed the car around. So because I got over the jump and everything was fine, go straight, and then it's just the car went away from me.
Yeah, well, I know we were watching, and you know, Hal was the first one to spot it, but he said it looked like it wasn't anything you did. It looked like kind of the car failed, so that sounds like it adds up with what you're telling us for sure.
Yep, it looks like looks like it from the in-car footage as well. So it caught me by surprise for sure.
So obviously, you know, we're not going to talk about the future, but you're okay. Everything's checked out. You're just sore and you know, working through this.
Yeah, exactly, and I will be back for sure. I just fixed the car, so that's what's next on the schedule. But it's a lot of work, so I won't be in Germany. That's for sure now, because it's too much to fix on the car. But Portugal for sure.
All right. Well, it's great to have you back. Nice to see you less than 24 hours later walking around the track. Happy to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Legend lives on.
Yeah, that crash last weekend was crazy, Hal. I mean, obviously everything's good with Adam, but here we are moving forward. We're at Estering, and obviously we've got some championships to determine.
Yeah, the points in all of the classes are going to be so important this weekend. Just a shout for Adam Ullman, who isn't racing here, but yeah, it's fine, and I know they're back home in Sweden working pretty hard on that car to get back home. Let's have a quick word with this man who has started this weekend leading the points in cross car. It's been Denmark didn't actually go perfectly for you, but a good points all weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, for sure. It was a really good weekend for us in Denmark. It's hard to be on top in every races, so we have to push for it. And I like Estering, so we hope it will be a good weekend.
I don't want to bring up bad memories for you, but 2023 massive season finale here in RX3 in the European Championship, and you lost out on that occasion. How do you approach this weekend to try and put yourself in a position to not need to get a result in the last final of the year?
No, but it's so tight. So to Carl and Thomas, so you have to push for it already now. You can't slow down. So you have to push. We have to do it.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Look forward to watching the cross car fight this weekend. Jim, Espinese, etc. Managed to capitalise when Carl Svedlund lost out a little bit in Nice. Has climbed the order. Thomas Ekmerstad is right there in the hunt as well. He's not double driving this weekend, and actually Thomas Ekmerstad has a potential to be the first driver to be a double champion in cross car during his Rallyx lineage, and it's going to be super close, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest storylines for me coming out of last weekend was Carl Svedlund. Obviously went in and he had a pretty solid points lead. We knew something could change, but then coming out of the event, doors kind of blown wide open on that championship.
Yeah, he's etc. leads, and as I referenced to then, he lost a title here a couple of years ago in not the most ideal circumstances for him. So let's see how that goes. Let's have a quick word in here, actually, since we're passing the RX contingent in the paddock. Just squeezing. Peter McGarry, finally you've pulled your finger out and come back to Rallyx. You put a lot of work into this programme, don't you? But you haven't always had the best luck here in Estering. What can change that this weekend?
Probably me being on the pace a bit earlier than what I would normally be. Slow starter, Saturdays always struggle. Just to, I suppose, get confidence over some of the fast stuff that's here. I think we did a lot of work in the last couple of weeks of trying to get me remembering what I need to be doing. The lads have done phenomenal work on the car. Car is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's just a joy to drive. I tried to get into a high 39 in the qualifying. I missed it by like point, I don't know, 0 whatever. But I was like, wow, it was just class. So there's more in me. I'm going to try and avoid trying to change the car too much. I'm going to try and get a bit more consistent in my own driving and push a little bit further each time and see where we are by the end of the day.
Just been talking to Espinese, etc. there about cross car. It's no different in open two-wheel drivers. In legendary track, wildly big entry in open two-wheel drive with all sorts of unknowns in the competitive order. So it's a real challenge going into every heat, I guess, because you don't really know how it sits.
Yeah, don't really know how it sits, and you can lose an awful lot of time with a bit of contact into turn one. You can lose an awful lot of time with contact into turn two. So it's all about trying to get a clean run early on, and then hopefully at the sharp end in the semi-finals that there's a bit more space, that there might be a bit more leeway, but then again, you just don't know. You just don't know who's going to be beside you. We'll try and keep it as clean as we can. Look, see how we go. Give it a go.
Good luck, Pete. Thank you, mate. Good to see Peter McGarry here. Jim, open two-wheel drive. Lucas Gabrielson has basically got the championship wrapped up, hasn't he, barring any disaster for him this weekend. Largely because Victor Hansen missed that final start, didn't he, on Saturday afternoon in Denmark.
That Victor, he was not happy with himself after that one. Took complete ownership of everything, but he did come to fight pretty strong there, though, once we did see him on Sunday there in Nice.
And that's not to take anything away from Gabrielson. Gabrielson's been the class of the field this year, hasn't he? But it could have been a lot closer coming into this weekend had that not happened to Victor. But I think ultimately, Lucas Gabrielson has delivered massively when he's needed to all year. Such a consistent run of podiums, and hopefully he can have a good run this weekend. Open two-wheel drive, absolutely massive. We've got a lot of Belgian drivers, some British guys here, the Dutch contingent that come to this event, and local Germans as well. So open two-wheel drive is right up there, my favourite categories in rallycross.
Yeah, and then open four-wheel drive. I mean, we got Mats Ullman back. Great to see him take a couple of rounds off, and great to see him back in the car here in Estering. So I believe one of our larger fields we've had all season there in Open 4 or Supercar.
Yeah, brilliant to have Matt Simon on board along with some of the regulars in FC2. Let's just grab one of those regulars quickly, who's skulking behind the car. Lucas Anderson, Maybe you didn't get the points you wanted last weekend. Still a good pair of results. What are your thoughts coming into this weekend in Estering?
I'm going flat out here. Yeah, I don't really. The championship is a bit out of my hands right now. I'm going here to try to win both races. That's my goal this weekend. Just have fun and do the best as I can. I love this track. It's really fun out here. So going flat out from Q1 to the final today. So yeah.
Well, and talking about that, you said this championship's a little bit out of your hands. This wraps up. We're going to see you back in North America in 2 weeks. You are leading the championship in North America.
Yeah, I'm leading by quite a bit over there. So just go over there and try to be consistent and don't do any stupid mistakes, and hopefully take that home. So yeah.
Lastly, a word for this track. You've driven here in cross cars, in supercar lights, but the Estering first corner in a supercar is like nothing else, isn't it?
Yeah, it is just flat out, reversing it in. So yeah, I love it.
Good luck, mate.
Good luck, Lucas.
Great to have such a strong contingent of young drivers in open four-wheel drive, and especially those that have climbed through the ladder. Lucas came from junior cross car just a few years ago. It's aligned with JC Racetech, which is clearly a strong place to be when you've got a team with all that experience. It helps you improve endlessly, doesn't it? And fantastic to see Lucas, like he says, the championships are a little out of his hands, depending on what Ollie Eriksson can do, because there's a reasonable gap, and with no semi-finals this weekend for those guys, it'll be hard for him to bridge that points gap. But this is Rallycross, and anything can happen.
Well, and I think his first year in supercar has been a phenomenal first year. Like I've said publicly, I think he's become beloved in the United States. He's really taken to things, wears the cowboy hat, the sunglasses, and he's become a fan favorite over there. And it's great to see a young kid with that talent, that kind of charisma. And you and I, 4 or 5 years from now, might be looking at a future world champion.
Yeah, he's part of that rich vein of talent, isn't he? Quite often from Scandinavia, it has to be said, but all over Europe there's really, really strong heritage in producing young rallycross talent, and Lucas is a big part of that. Finally, a quick shout for the Junior Cross Car Series this weekend. I wouldn't mention Supercar Lights yet either, but Junior Cross Car, realistically it's only going one way in the title fight, but it's going to be a brilliant fight actually for the podium places between Sebastian Nies, etc., Alex Antila and Jere Hukar. So these two guys part next to each other in the paddock as well. The race has been so respectful, hasn't it, this year in junior cross car, and I expect the same this weekend, to be honest.
Well, and I think that's the key to that class is, obviously we do have a runaway with the points championship, but like you said, that second, third spot on the podium, I mean, we've had a bunch of drivers that have been very, very quick this year.
And it's the respect thing, I think. I think we saw people go a little bit over the limit in Neeson a couple of weeks ago, certainly in some of the adult categories, and frankly a lot of them would do well to watch the junior racing because they give each other a lot of racing room a lot of the time, and that's great to see.
Yeah, it's very, very close but respectable racing, like you said. Question for you, Hal, obviously you've been here quite a bit. It's going to be a little bit warmer today and this weekend. How does that affect these cars on this track? Because I know it's a good mix of both tarmac and gravel.
Yeah, I think the temperature shouldn't affect things too much. If anything, you just get very hot in the car, don't you? Which isn't
ideal.
The most pleasurable place to be. We're going to wrap up, but let's have a quick word with this man here, coming in, leading the Supercar Lights points chase. Last weekend was tricky, wasn't it? With the damage you got on the first day, weren't able to score all the points, but solid weekend nonetheless in the championship standings. You come here with a target on your back, I guess.
Yeah, Denmark was not the weekend we were looking for. Last year in crosscar, I was second place in the final and got punctured, so I don't know, Denmark is not from here, I think, so try not to think about it, and still leading the championship, so try to keep going again and refocus.
Could you have expected that coming into this season, your first year in a car, four-wheel drive, very different to the cross car, coming here to Estering with the points advantage and a good chance of fighting for the Supercar Lights title? I think of the drivers that have won that Lights crown before. It's is this what you expected to be doing?
To be honest, no. For real, I always want to do my best, and of course, like every racing driver wants to win. But I've seen all drivers, much experience, 2-3 years, everyone driving the Lights. So I was like, I don't need to do it's my first year, so just take it easy, rookie year, and turn out to be good. So I'm happy.
Well, good luck, mate.
Thank you.
See you through the course of the weekend. Alexander Lindqvist, who's in that fight realistically for the title with Kevin Darbuck. And Robert Vitals has been so fast this year, but with the
Missing that double header now has been costing him a lot in the points race. Roberts Vittles will reappear in Portugal in a couple of months' time, and we'll talk about that through the broadcast this weekend in a different car. But for now, really, it's Lindqvist v Darback in Supercar Lights.
Well, and I think that's one of the key points is we haven't had a lot of Supercar Lights entries this year, but the racing has been very close and very tight when we have seen them on track. So I think it's been one of my favorite divisions to watch, and I think coming here to the finale, obviously, we're going to see some very, very tight racing.
Speaking of finales, I'm just going to grab this man. He'll be delighted to speak to me. Lucas Gabrielsen, 12 months ago, you finished on the top step here, had a great season. This season must have exceeded all those expectations, not only with the pace, but the consistency. You've been on the podium regardless of the opposition. There's been, okay, we haven't had lots of front runners in the regular season, but at each round there's been some really fast drivers. You must be really satisfied to have managed that consistency all year.
Yes, of course. Our season this year is really great. Not like many big issues with the car and everything, and racing has been good this year. And now the finale here in Estering, this finale is always epic here. Here's so much crowd and many cars and new cars what have drift this season. So looking forward to this weekend.
How are the nerves?
They are pretty calm.
Are they ever not calm? You seem like you don't do nervous.
No, I don't like. I'm not thinking about it. We just go out and have fun.
Pull wheelies.
Of course.
So a question for you. I mean, your consistency this year in two-wheel drive, this is one of the toughest divisions. There's so many cars, stacks, fields. I mean, how have you stayed consistent? Because sometimes it takes a little bit of luck just to get through. It's not about speed in this division, but you've been very lucky, very quick. I mean, everything has come together.
Yes, of course. But we have been working in the winter much on the starts. It's much easier when you get the start and you get in the head of everyone else. You can drive your own drive, so that helps a lot. Keep out of the traffic.
Yeah. Well, you've done a phenomenal job of that, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck, Lucas. See you through the course of the weekend. Lucas Gabrielsen, I often think that you're almost in a worse position. Alexander Lindqvist, for example, knows he has to deliver this weekend to try and win the championship to stop someone like Kevin Darback taking it from him. Lucas just needs to survive the weekend, but he also wants to go out and succeed, and that's a really tough balance, isn't it? Because you're kind of driving at 85, 90%, thinking I don't want to damage the car, and especially here at the Estering, really you need to commit 110% into the first corner to come out fighting. So he has a massive points lead, but it's not the easiest situation for him to be in.
No, and nobody wants to race for fifth place. I just really need to just finish the weekend. That's not what a race car driver wants to do. You want to go out and try and win, especially championships. No better feeling than being on top of the podium and winning the championship.
I also think from a mental perspective, when you're trying to drive it a little bit under where you know you can be, that's when the mistakes creep in, because you're not driving with the feeling, you're driving trying to foresee what may or may not happen, and then you can run into problems.
Well, and I think the other thing is you've been behind the wheel of rallycross cars. I have been behind the wheel of rallycross off-road cars, but these cars need to work at their best at 100%. If you let up, the brakes don't work right, they don't handle quite as right, so sometimes you create more issues by trying to go light on the car than you would if you just put the foot to the floor.
Yeah, I totally agree. These cars are designed to be driven hard, and I'm sure we'll see that through the weekend. Right, I think it's time to go racing. Let's have a look at this wonderful circuit here at the Estering.
That brings us here to the Estering circuit, Hal, and obviously you've been here quite a few times. This is one of the most iconic rallycross facilities here in Europe.
Yep, first run in 1971. This is the 164th rallycross event to be held here. That's a super long straight after the iconic first corner. 10 whole years since Kevin Eriksson went all the way around the outside in the World Rallycross Championship event to beat Peter Solberg and Matthias Ekström that day here in Germany. The last section of the track is also really technical. Joker right at the line as well. We see a super close finish many times here between the Joker section and the standard lap. It's a great venue, super compact, the paddock's in the middle, it's full of atmosphere, and there are plenty of fans here today to see the racing. Right, we've done Q1 and we are into Q2. These are the highlights from Cross Car Junior. We'll see Cross Car in just a moment as well. In conditions, Jim, very consistent today, and the racing's been pretty clean so far.
Yeah, racing's been good. Conditions are great. It's a little bit warm out here today. We're going to get some cloud cover later on in the afternoon, but virtually no wind either.
Classic bit of contact there in the Joker section, running deep in the second of the apexes. So easy to clip the wall on the inside here. We saw Hukar getting a little bit of contact and getting stuck on the inside. Disappointing for Lapotti and Hukar there. Matlamaki though missing this weekend, and it's Manisto who leads the championship and in a great position at the moment, although Manisto could only manage 6th in Q1, 4th in Q2. It's Pim Klaassen, the driver from the Netherlands, who sips top of the order at the moment, fastest in Q. He's etc., who we referenced in the pre-show, Tovio and Tila. Championship leader Manisto and Kangasaho rounding out the top 6. As we move on to cross car in Q2, and it was Riku Hukar who went fastest in the opening session. Here we are halfway through Q2, bit of action at the first corner.
Yeah, Huka struggling in the second round of qualifying. Obviously, like you said, currently leading first the first time around, second qualifying heat, back in 5th. But we had quite a bit of shakeup because Vettel Tree, same thing, 9th in the first qualifying session, battles back to be first in the second.
And then we saw Vettel making the best of the starts and then really maximising the first corner, running deep on the inside, much like Ease etc. here at the front of the shop, just making the car nice and wide on the exit. Carl Svedland hasn't had the day he would have wanted so far. Svedland currently down in 11th overall, 7th and then 13th in the opening qualifiers. He'll be hoping to climb back up the order in Q3. Thomas Merstad second here. Yulilami going around the outside. Riku Hukar was famous for wheelies back in the day, wasn't he? Again, popped a wheelie away from the line and clearly having a few little setup issues, I would say. The car moving around a lot underneath him. None of those drivers could beat the time of Vettel Tree though, who went quickest in Q2 and lies second overall, tied with Yililami and Merstad on 85 qualifying points. Hukar's top of the order. He's etc., the championship leader, down in 5th. Actual Snack 6th, and the championship leader heading into Denmark last weekend, Carl Svedland, is down in 11th with work to do.
Lots of work, and that's not what Carl Svedlin wants to see. Obviously, we talked about it. Carl Svedlin, one of the big stories coming out of last weekend in Nissan, just coming in, leading the points, and having by Carl Svedlin standards, a catastrophic weekend.
Yeah, they happen, don't they? He said last weekend that it was a goal for the year to be on the podium at least once and actually leading the championship. He's had a few wins, 3 wins I think off the top of my head. It's gone pretty well, hasn't it? But yeah, of course, when you're in that position you don't want to lose it, and so while his pre-season expectations have already been exceeded, he still wants to maximise this weekend, and he can still win the championship. There's 2 point scoring rounds today. There's a lot that can happen both in Q3 when we see the cross cars in a little bit later, and then all of tomorrow where it can all happen again.
Yeah, well, and as we've seen, if anybody can do it, it's Carl Svedlin. He'll battle his way back and most likely see him in the finals later on. But, we've got open two-wheel drive up next, shifting gears. And obviously the big story in this one, Lucas Gabrielsen, who, points leader. But I know Victor Johansson, he's got a little something in the tank. He said he was going to bring the fight here to Germany, and he wanted to tie things up. So at least the championship was determined in Germany and not last weekend in Denmark. And that's what we've got.
Yeah, and that mistake he made on the first day, Victor Hansen in Nissan, was fairly catastrophic, as you would say, wasn't it? He was so disappointed by not making it to the pre-grid on time, and for sure he's hoping to make amends for that. He's been super quick so far today as we see the open two-wheel drive cars start to appear in the background in the pre-grid area here at the Estering. Wonder if we can take a look around this brilliant circuit with some of our trackside cameras as we get ready to go. You can see some of the open two-wheel drives arriving. We've got a sort of pre-grid behind us on one side. This is the traditional pre-grid area. Darren Bleasdale, you can see him in the middle of the shot, just starting on pole position. He had a boost issue in Q1. And I'm sure he'll be hoping to have resolved that. They were working hard in the paddock. Difficult weekend for Darren Bleasdale as well last weekend, with a turbo failure on day 1 and a boost issue on day 2. Here's some of the local announcers. doing what looks like a little bit of a presentation.
And it really is a beautiful facility the way this the start is, and it's right behind us, as you guys saw in that previous shot, and it goes right into that infamous turn number 1. But it's a beautiful shot. It's kind of built for those of you at home that haven't been here. That start is the paddock is built around the start. It's very inclusive. It's kind of very unique. I don't know that I've ever seen a racetrack that's quite like this.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for old school rallycross tracks to be like this. There's a few in the UK where the paddock's in the middle. Of course, here is helped massively by the bank around the outside, giving it that amphitheatre feel. There's a lot of spectators here, actually. I wonder if our lovely director in the truck can show us some of the spectator banking, because for a Saturday at the Estering, it's fairly busy. I've been here a lot of times now. The weather's fantastic, as it has been for several of these Rallyx events running in the summer in the last few years. But, yeah, lots of support locally. They're always desperate for a big event. They have German Championship here still, repeatedly, and yeah, these local fans are very keen to see.
I know walking around, you know, it's quite interesting walking around town, things like that. There's advertisements, there's banners, there's all kinds of stuff as you talk. Look at that terracing. It's beautiful how they've got basically seats and terracing built in for the spectators.
Not the easiest to, and I've never been there, having had a few beers, but I guess when you're leaving in an afternoon, sitting in the sun all day, enjoying the refreshments, it's probably not the easiest place to part, is it? But yeah, I know there's a lot of ticket sales for tomorrow. Sunday here in Europe is traditionally the day people go and watch their motorsport. Day with the family, Saturday go and watch racing on a Sunday. I think it's going to be pretty busy, and actually it's going to be super hot tomorrow, so the finals are finishing a little bit earlier than normal to try and get the action done before the hottest part of the day really takes hold. So yeah, will be great, but we've got a whole load of racing to do first this afternoon. There we see the Darback team down here in the paddock. We're just to the far side of that, behind the rider on the scooter. If I walk backwards, you might be able to see us if that camera can pan around. Okay, so I'm hearing from race control that we're missing the cars necessary for the first qualifying race. That would be Fabian Verbucht. I've just seen her arrive, I think, in the background. And Darren Bleasdale is indeed there, so I'm not sure that's correct, actually, because many of those cars are there, I think. But you can see Bleasdale there on the left side. So the first race is being released. Bleasdale was in strife in Q1. Will start in third position. Now,
looks like
Dan Arrett is supposed to be in this one on pole, but he was in the paddock WhatsApp group. Sorry, Dan's supposed to be on the outside. He was in the paddock WhatsApp group looking for first a gearbox and then a diff for an Atlas rear axle. So I suspect he is
looks like now we may
missing.
have a two-car shootout. It looks like Fabian Verbucht and Darren Bleasdale might be the only two cars in this one.
Vestergaard sadly missing as well with the wonderful Opel Manta. That's down here in the relatively nearest in the paddock, so I'll go and have a shifty at what's going on there soon. This, though, Jim, is perfect for the lights of Darren Bleasdale to get a good run.
You know, and he had some troubles last weekend, you know, and it's going to be good for them to get another good run under their book. I mean, the cars are absolutely beautiful, Hal. You know, just things didn't quite work out the way they wanted last weekend.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is a two-car race is a great opportunity to have a clear track and set a good time.
Yeah, Jason Bleasdale, on the other hand, great run last weekend, ended up third.
Yep, he was pleased with that as the German crowd enjoy the national anthem here, and we get ready to go racing for the afternoon, starting with open two-wheel drive and sadly a two-car race. But as I say, They've clearly worked hard on Darren Bleasdale's car, and this will be a real opportunity for him to set a good time if they've sorted the issues. You can expect the car on your right, the Vauxhall VX220, to make a brilliant start, given that it's rear-wheel drive, as long as they've sorted the boost issues. And Verbucht in the front-wheel drive machine historically won't get off the line quite as well, because it's the wrong wheels for the best start that are being driven on the front axle as we get ready to go. And thankfully, not to prove me wrong, Bleasdale is away best, but to me, not sure he's got the most power he might have. Look how slippery it is. They've watered the track in this lunch break session, and super slippery up there in the first corner, and down on this long straight that isn't really a straight, the long run downhill. The camera, as usual, flattens that whole gradient, doesn't it? But it's a very fast section down there into turn 2.
Well, and I would think on this first lap, Fabian might be taking the Joker, get that out of the way, and then try and hopefully something happens.
Yeah, I think actually she ought to stay out, because you maximise your race time by joking on the final lap here, because you don't lose out on the momentum you would carry to the first corner if you joker on the final tour. And she's already so far behind Bleasdale that I think if he has a problem, she's going to pass him anyway. This is all about just trying to get the best race time possible.
Bleasdale just continue to make time. This 2-car race, obviously Vestergaard and Dan Aerts not able to take the green flags. We're down to 2 in this qualifying heat.
Bleasdale's car is a turbocharged machine, unlike his brother's, which is naturally aspirated, and it's is a boost issue they had earlier on. We'll see shortly whether that's being resolved. Of course, it's going to be difficult to make direct comparisons because the track conditions are so much worse now than they were earlier. For reference, though, Bleasdale's done a 41.9, and if we use his brother as a comparison, Jason Bleasdale did a 40.4 in Q1. Can't read much into that at all, really, can you? Track conditions are very different. Jason's probably generally a little bit faster, more often than not, although Darren is very capable of winning, has beaten Jason head-to-head before, so there's not often a lot to choose between them. Into the Joker for this final time of asking. Just runs a bit wide there on the first apex, compromises him going up the hill. He's going to stop the clock on a 2:14.3. That would have been good enough for 17th in Q1, but that would be 17th of the 27, so not at the bottom of the order by any means.
All right, we're going to get a look back at Fabian Verbucht dropping back into the second spot. It's Fabian taking the Joker on the last lap. Brings us to our next session. This one's going to be Peter McGarry, Tom Geenan, Verkoenigen, and Egland in this one. So 4 cars. Engelin in the pole, McGarry on the outside.
McGarry had contact in Q1 in the right-hand kink on the way to the first corner and lost out. John E. it was that came across, and they had contact. Damaged McGarry's front suspension, or I think it spent the steering rack, so they've changed that in the gap. And McGarry will be hoping for a good start on the outside.
Looks like Peter McGarry got a nice jump on the field there.
Exactly what he needed. Carries a lot of pace into the first corner. That's actually going to work out for him. 3 wide through the middle part of turn 2, but it's Verkoenigen who's got the best of the launches. McGarry's all over the shop on the tarmac. Look how loose that car looks.
Oh, we got a lock up there. Lots of tire smoke.
I wonder if McGarry's got something else going on there, because the car is wildly out of shape. Geenan's going slowly now on the tarmac. I wonder if that's a missed gear perhaps. McGarry's got a good margin here at the front of the order, but really nervous was the chassis as these three continue to go at it in the background. Engelin into the Joker at the first time of asking. Sensible just to get out of that fight.
So Engelin going to drop back to the 4th spot there. Quite a ways back, try and battle back into things. McGarry out front currently with about a 10-car length lead over Verkunnigan in the 2nd spot. Looking a little cleaner there that time by for McGarry, Hal. I know last time it looked a little out of shape, but it looks like things might be cleaned up on his end.
Verkunnigan's just a tenth slower than McGarry in the opening sector. Faster though, Tom Geenan, than both of them. So showing how important that start was for McGarry just to get out of the fighting behind as the other 3 battled. 41.8 that time around for McGarry.
A little trouble there in the Joker. Brush with a wall coming out.
Engelin with the Mazda, another rotary machine. Wide into turn 1. Maximises it on the exit.
So now with a couple of Jokers cycled through, it's McGarry out front, Verkunnigan in the 2nd spot, Engelin in the 3rd spot, and Geenan dropping back to the 4th with those troubles in the Joker. Now going back up front, it is Peter McGarry. Now going to take the Joker. Nice and clean through the Joker. We'll see where he stops the clock at. Almost brushes the wall there.
You can afford to there. Okay, you risk the damage, but the way the wall's shaped, it can just sort of drag you on. The rear gets touches, pulls the front square, but at least you're still carrying that forward momentum. 41.8 was the best out for McGarry, and a 129.8 is not the correct time for the total time. So something's going on there with the timing screen.
That was Geenan there with a little brake lock up. That was Engelin there having some struggles through the Joker. It's a little tap and brush with a wall there as McGarry comes across. Shut down the clock. Fastest in that.
2:14.5 is not as quick as Bleasdale went in the previous one. So maybe Bleasdale did have a great run given the conditions. We can only know that as these following races come through.
Be Hendricks, Bosman's Hammer, and Alewinski. It's like Alewinski. Bit of a lock up there. Hammer now into the 2nd spot. There's Alewinski and Hammer 1 and 2.
Strong from Hammer around the outside to carry the pace. Worked out pretty well in the end.
Love that tire sound as they go around the corner. Doing a great job of protecting is Alewinski in the opening spot. See who tucks in to take the Joker. So our lead 3 stay out, do not take the Joker. Alewinski just great. Look at that hammer to the bottom. After that slide up, Hammer going to drag race down that stretch.
Just not enough there, is there?
Wasn't quite there. Thought he had a look at it.
You carry so much momentum around the outside there in turn 1 that you can really use that to your advantage. Freak Hendricks has been into the Joker already in the background. 41.9 though. Falevensky is not troubling the best time of McGarry in the previous race yet. Hammer into the alternative extra route. He's under pressure in the background from Hendricks. Hendricks up the inside of Hammer in the front wheel drive machine. That's what I mean about the difference between front and rear wheel drive, is that so often the rear wheel drive machines dominate away from the line, but in a running lap the front wheel drives have got good pace. Darren Bleasdale's behind us in commentary, thumbs up, he's like wobbling his head as if to say yeah, it's all right. I think the time was all right, mate, so clearly it's not all bleak.
All right, 2 leaders through the Joker on this last go. Oh, it's going to be close at the stripe. Aliwinski going to get it, and it's going to be Bosmans and Hendricks.
Not enough though. Bleasdale stays top of the pile at the moment. A 2:14.9 was the time, so for sure that's going to tumble in the latter stages when the real title contenders come through. But it's always possible that they're going to run into a bit of disaster themselves and lose a lot of time. But behind us, we're just looking over our shoulder, you've got Volders, Wallach, Nee, Johansson, Snoyers, Gabrielson, Bleasdale. The quality of entry here in Open Two-Wheel Drive this weekend is absolutely huge.
Yeah, and you got to love it. That's what I love about Open Two-Wheel Drive. We saw it in the opening Dutch round. We had a strong Dutch contingent in Open 2 and a lot of super national entries. Come here to Germany, we've got a lot of German entries. I love that Open 2, depending on where we're at, what country are we, draw this big local contingent of drivers. All right, moving into, this is going to be race number 4, Heat 2. Got Pearson, Bleasdale, Froschag, Verhoeven, and Liskowicz. See if Bleasdale can repeat what his brother did. All right, Bleasdale, yes. Big jump there for Jason Bleasdale out front. And down into this turn number 1. Bleasdale protecting the bottom side.
Frozag lifted early there to try and tuck back in, I guess. Gets stumped by the Hulk on the inside, as Liskowicz likes to be called. His nickname on the side of the car. Bleasdale, though, clear run to the front of the order. Brother Darren is looking on behind us in the commentary position, and now this is about a battle of the lap times. But as you can see already, the dust starting to rise. The track has cleaned immeasurably since that opening race.
All right, so we got one taker on the Joker. Top 4 stay out. Bleasdale leading after the first of 3 laps. It's going to be Pearson at Verhoeven in the 2nd and 3rd spot.
41.3 for Bleasdale, already the fastest lap of the session. Flying in the VX220. Still loose there on the run down the hill out of the first corner. There are certain elements of this circuit where I think the VX220 is absolutely the car to have. Perhaps over the hill on the loose, as we follow on the drone over that bank now, is not the place, but they've tarmacked or concreted the inside of the long right-hander, which has changed that corner dramatically. Remember back in World Championship 17-18, there used to be a massive rut that used to form there at the top of the hill. Cars getting sent up on 2 wheels. Not like that anymore. Mikkel Persson is closing the gap on Bleasdale, does a 41.1. Went Pearson quicker in both sectors last time around.
Oh, spin!
Verhoeven's dropped it out of the first corner, just got the classic tank slapper and couldn't get it back.
Oh, tough break for Verhoeven. Just, left, right, couldn't correct it, overcorrected. Allows the Hulk to pick up another spot. Right now up front with Bleasdale, just a beautiful bit of driving today on this final lap. We're going to see leaders tuck in, take that Joker. It's going to be Bleasdale, Pearson, and the Hulk.
Time to beat, bottom left of your screen is a 2:14.3, currently held by Darren Bleasdale. It's a 2:11.7 for Jason Bleasdale. Brilliant time.
Froschag going to get the Hulk at the line. I mean, we got to look at the time split on that one. What are we looking at? About 1/10 of a second.
Brilliant time for Bleasdale, though, for the former Super National champion in the UK.
Coming off a proper podium in round number 8 there at Neesum. Those cars just look beautiful around this circuit.
Frozag lifted early in the first corner. It just didn't quite work out. Mikkel Persson lost time there too. They had the fastest lap of the race on a 41.1. And that was Verhoeven, who just went on a bit of a wild old ride.
Get another look at this, I believe. Verhoeven looked like he went to go left to make the pass around Bosmans and just over-rotated a bit, couldn't collect it, and around the rear of the car went. Looks like only minor cosmetic damage. Car should be back. Qualifying heat number 3 as we go to the line here. And look at this, the Hulk just barely getting edged out at the stripe. Brings us to Bleasdale, Pearson, Froschag in 1, 2, and 3. The Hulk, and then Verhoeven 4th and 5th. Got another group on the line here. This is going to be Volders, Nayens, Van Hove, Van Lummel, and Wallach in this one. Four German entries in this. Local contingent very strong here and open 2. Looks like Volders going to get the jump on the field.
Steve Volders, so experienced, driving the car previously used by Bart Bell. Wallach's going for around the outside, and that might pay off in the big BMW M3. They're 3 wide on the exit. Nick Nayens has got a jump in the Ford Escort Mark II. Wallach's on the inside of Van Lommel and gets it done. Smoke pouring off the front right wheel. Wallach had his weekend cut short by the first corner of Q1. It was over in Denmark with a broken damper after contact. A lot of work done by the team this week to get that sorted. Replacement part fitted here in the paddock. Already Volders on a 40.2, massively quicker lap time than we've seen so far from the Belgian.
Van Hove, the only driver to go through the Joker. And, you know, we were talking before we went to broadcast. I was asking about the Joker because it actually, I think, distance-wise is shorter than the main line around the track, but it's so tight. It's very slow, Hal.
It is, yeah, and at the moment it's very loose as well, which doesn't help with its time, does it? It's a wonderful sequence there if you can get the car set up just nicely on the way in, because you really have to transfer the weight in the middle part. I may or may not have crashed into the barrier in between the Joker split and the standard lap. When it was first introduced, a bit of indecision and mistake trying to go side by side with someone as Wallach runs wide to the barrier on the outside. 39.7 now, Volders' best time. This is going to destroy the time of Bleasdale.
Volders, look at that, lifting the tire up around that long corner. All right, so Steve Volders entering the Joker on the last lap. Looks like everybody else going to have to follow suit. Van Hove, the only one already taking the Joker, too far out of it at this point.
2:07.7 is the time to Bleasdale's 2:11. That's an absolute stormer for Volders in the BMW. And again, Jim, it's all about the start, isn't it?
Beautiful start there for Steve Volders.
Sometimes pole isn't the place to be in terms of grip, but just got it absolutely hooked up. Those behind him, Van Hove, Nayens and Wallach went 3 wide. Ariane Van Lommel was also waiting in the wings and got stuck in on the inside as Nayens got a little bit ahead, but Volders never looked back there. Brilliant run.
Brings us to our official results in this one. Open 2, qualifying session number 2, race 5, Volders, Nayens, Wallach, Van Lummel, and Van Hove in that one. Now things are heating up even more. Great run for Volders. We'll see if that one can stand. Got 5 of the best in the business getting ready to go at it here at Estering. Victor Johansson currently second in points. We got Bex, Mannix, Gabrielson, your leader in this one, and John Nee, always the wild card. And look at that, Gabrielson and Victor Johansson going to go side by side into turn number 1.
Gabrielson's going to run deep here, forced wide by Victor Johansson up the inside. Goes Mannix in the mean machine. Nee also. Gabrielson's lost out terribly there in the first corner, having made equally the best start to Johansson. That's classic Estering turn 1. Beck's moving the car around, under braking in P4 at the moment. These corners look much more narrow, don't they, with the big Volvos approaching and Beck sideways at the top of the hill. Gabrielson just waiting in the wings. For sure, Gabrielson a Joker this time around if no one else does. Bex goes in. Gabrielson with a clear change of mind there. Was going to go, decided not to in the Starlet.
Oh, brush with the wall from Bex. Big brush with the wall. Going back up front, though, Victor Johansson really leaning on that left rear corner around that turn number 1.
39.5 for Johansson, fastest lap of the session. The former champion, the outgoing champion, realistically. It's going to take a minor miracle for Victor to beat Lucas Gabrielson this weekend, but it's still not over. Gabrielsen needs to score all the points he can from qualifying today just to ensure that it's not a catastrophe for him into the Joker for the championship leader. And as I said in the opener, Jim, it's this scenario where, and I know he said he just wants to go out and drive the car as hard as he can and get the best result. Yeah, I get all that. Now he's in the fight thinking, can't afford a DNF, don't want to break the car, don't want to overdrive, don't want to overthink, and it's inevitable. And even if you're the calmest Finn in the world, and we know how calm the Finns are, it's still inevitable that starts creeping into your mindset. And I think we've seen a bit of that in this, where Gabrielsen was on the outside and he didn't fight too hard. He let the pack kind of flow up the inside, didn't slam the door. If he was going to fight for the title, he'd be smashing the door shut to try and get the result. Victor Johansson in the Joker for the final time of asking. He's set the best lap of the session already, and the time is a 2:05.5, 2.2 seconds quicker than Boulders. What a brilliant run from Victor Johansson, who was absolutely trying to end his reign in open two-wheel drive on a high this weekend.
Well, you know, when you're Victor Johansson, here's what you talked about Gabrielsen. He got pushed to the outside by Johansson. As we get another look at this, and take us through this, Hal, because just what you said.
He just hasn't turned in too hard as he's turned back out of it, though. You can see that he's gone, right, you lot carry on. I'm still there, but I'm not going to fight too hard and risk damaging the car. And that's absolutely fair enough.
Yeah, but it relegates him to 5th, which is not where he wanted to be. And you got a guy like Victor Johansson. I ran into him yesterday evening. He was all smiles. He has no pressure this weekend.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
So he's here in kill mode. He just wants to win, and that's exactly what he did. So you got Gabrielsen, who's walking this tightrope, trying to get maximum points, and Johansson's going, you know what? Hammer down. Let's go. And that's what we saw. Johansson with a win. Mayanix, Bex, almost center punching going into the Joker on that on that second to last lap. John Nee, the wild card in this one, and Gabrielsen, your points leader, in 5th, brings us to Supercar Lights. In this one, we got Robert Vittels, Lindquist, Darbic, Larson, 4 heavy hitters in this one. Vittels been almost perfect every time we've seen him this weekend. Lindquist in that championship battle with Darbic. Let's see what happens.
Vittels on the inside has been so quick this year. Darbic looks to the inside of Lindquist. Larsen's going around the outside. Darbac's into the side of Vittels in turn 1. There's more contact between them. Darbac's got the run down the hill. The two Danes go either side of the Latvian driver. That is not what Robert Vittels wanted to happen at all. Darbac out front, Larsen, Vittels, and points leader Lindquist. Tell you what, we might not have the biggest Supercar Lights entry ever this weekend, but you only need 2 cars to make a race, don't you? And that was probably the most aggressive first corner we've seen from any of the classes so far. Wide goes Lindquist into the Joker. Vittels has got a problem. They're parked just next to there in the paddocks going again. Looks like one of it's cutting out or something, because it was slowing and then carried the pace. Talk about carrying the pace. Larsen is all over the back of Darbac.
Yeah, Vittels off to the side there. He is parked. Looked like frustration on his face as we go back to Darbic and Larson. Lindquist now in that 3rd spot, the only driver to Joker. Be watching with 2 laps to go, because Lindquist might fight back into this thing.
2 seconds off the back of Larsen at the moment is Lindquist, and he's...
Oh, big crash! Darbic into the wall! We got tires rolling down. Wow. Looks like it got into there with Mads Larsen. Now Lindquist going to try and go around the side of Larsen. Larsen with damage as well.
Classic. I was looking down at the sector times on the timing screen, looked up, and it was a huge incident for Darbac.
Wow, that was a scary moment. Darbic, I just caught the glimpse of it.
Wow,
like
that is a huge accident in a Lights car. He's clearly winded. Has climbed out of the car though, so that is a positive. Vittels has got going again. We're into the final lap. This car scatters everywhere. Vittels had stopped, and then I think has got going again on the basis that he's going to get a finish here and will get a better grid position for Q3. Lindquist also looks like he's not carrying a load of pace, does he? So something's gone on there.
And Mads Larsen didn't do anything wrong, just got collected up in the incident when Darbic hit the wall. Darbic spun into the track and just collected Mads Larsen. You see some of the remnants of that initial impact. Just spun Darbic around. We saw him climb out of the car. He's fine. These cars quite modular. Can't promise they're going to have it back together, but wow, that was a scary incident. And as Vittels just tiptoes around. All right, going to get a look back at things. right off the start. It was Lindquist and Vittels. Mads Larsen 3 wide. Vittels
got over-rotated in the first corner. Larsen's on the outside. Darbeck's, fair enough, had a look on the inside. Vittels is still out of shape. I wonder if he's got a broken drive shaft, actually, because the car was moving around all over the place.
That would make sense. He was just running a two-wheel drive.
Great run for Darbeck down the hill. And Lindquist Jokers on the first lap. Then, of course, I was looking down at the timing spleen at the splits when Darbeck dropped it. So I think Darbeck's clipped the wall on the inside and got forced to the outside, then got collected by Larsen. He's clipped the wall on the inside. Classic Estering. Forced to the outside. This will be a big hit. He's been forced back into the racing line with huge damage to the front of the car.
Doing everything they could just to get out of the way.
Larsen, nothing he could do there. Huge contact between the two Danish drivers. I feel sorry for Kevin there because he's made a mistake and then been punished for it badly through no further fault of his own. He's just clipped the wall head on. That's not what you want.
Look at
to
this.
Be head on into the wall.
Last second, Larsen dives the left.
Larsen's so hard in the brakes there. He's obviously been a bit unsighted by both the dust and the front clam, which is on the floor. Ripped the wheel off. Both front wheels are off. The other front wheel is pushed back in the chassis.
And the saving grace for Lindquist was taking that Joker earlier. He would have been right in the mix as well.
That is a huge one for Darbeck. I'd say they won't be back out again today with that. The beauty of these supercar lights is they are very modular, but yeah.
That's a lot of damage to the front of that car.
That was a lot of damage.
Around. All right, so Alexander Lindquist, after that early Joker and all the chaos that ensued, taking away the victory in this one. Roberts Vittels, 31 seconds back, had some issues. I think was going to not finish and then decided to fire the car back up, get maximum points. Finished in second. Obviously, Darbeck and Larsen in that incident getting collected as we see Mads Larsen getting up on, getting picked up and moved off the race line.
A round of applause for the super experienced track team here at the Estering, one of the oldest rallycross venues on the entire planet. For those asking in the comments why the race wasn't red flagged, well, the car was actually out of the way, and Race Control had a great view of it with all the trackside cameras, and they knew that Kevin Darback had climbed out of his own accord and jumped up onto the barrier out of the way. He looked pretty sore, as anyone would be after that sort of impact, but the race wasn't red flagged because the competitors all knew the car was there. It wasn't on the racing line, and the driver was out. As we move on to open four-wheel drive,
Nason, Clausen, and Bell in this one. Oh, a little jump there for Bart Bell. Good to see. Looks like Nason going to get the inside. We're going to see if Bell makes a run up on the outside. Nason all the way to the bottom. Clausen there in the middle. Bart Bell going to have to settle for third.
all Bell's hard work done away from the line, undone by running way too deep on the way up to the first corner. Ran the focus wide. Wide again at the bottom of the hill, gets sideways. It's so slippy off line here because the dust just gets pushed out and out and out. Clausen returning to FC2 this weekend has a little nudge on the barrier, does he? He's all over the back there of Nason. Great run this from Clausen. Loses out a little bit. Getting the car rotated, so technical those last couple of corners. Nason though at the front of this, Clausen in the rear of the young Swede.
Loses a little time with an over rotation, trying to tuck in, get the nose just to the bottom side, nothing there. Nason now with about 2 car lengths on Clausen, who has been all over the rear of Nason through 2 laps.
Nason's team runs that FC2 so soft, doesn't it? You can see it's pitched on the rear on the way down the straight and then nosedives into the corner. Still learning is Emil Nason in this car, and part of that is learning how best the setup both works for you and the circuit you're on. Clausen though, stepped up from the cross car category again, is really impressing in the FC2 machine. Clearly well on top of the car, gets it nicely rotated through the first corner. They're dropping Bell a little bit. Nason's on the fastest lap of the race on a 38.0. Trying desperately hard not to look at the timing screen too much after missing the Darback crash in the last one. Nason into the Joker for the final time of asking. The quickest way to get a race time around here is by taking the Joker on the final tour. All 3 of these drivers choosing to do that. To 38.004 best lap for Emil Nason. As we look back at the replays, there wasn't really any highlights, was there? But this was probably the most significant moment which we've just missed there, was Bart Bell running wide. Nason front wheel waggling in the air as the top of the hill's got that little bit rougher. I'm sure the track maintenance team here at the Estering will do their best to smooth that overnight ahead of tomorrow.
It's Nason, Clausen, and Bart Bell. Your running order. All drivers taking their Joker on the last lap to conserve the quickest time possible. Brings us to our next group here. We got Darbic, Christensen, Sirna, and Mandy August in this one. All evenly matched in this, but it looks like Christensen gonna have a little bit of an edge. Nope, getting on the brakes there. Darbic now to the bottom.
Good start from August, but she turns in way too late. Lights up the throttle, comes back to the inside, has contact in the middle of the corner. I think with Christensen. Christensen's there at the back, so still going. Darback though, comfortable at the front of the order at the moment, had the inside line, maintained that through. Robert Serda, so comfortable in the FC2 now, runs wide, he has to Joker from that position, does the Estonian. Nothing Spottayama Vosa can do about that because he carried so much pace in. I think he got a little bit caught out, Jim, by how early Mandy August had checked up behind Darback. Darback sends it into the first corner, carries the momentum through.
Looked like there might have almost going to be contact. Certainly having to get out of it to avoid contact there with Christensen. But right now the one to watch is Sirna, the only driver to Joker.
37.1 for Tobias Darback's quicker than Nason went in the previous race. Darback's on a big charge, so close to the wall at the top of the hill. You've got to be to maximise your speed at that part of the track. These two will Joker on the final tour. Let's have a look back at the gap to Cerner, who, like you say, has Joker. Christensen's going into the background. Darbach sends it in. 37.1 for Darbach. Again, Cerner is not there on lap time, so Cerner's being dropped by Darbach. This is Darbach's to lose, although the gap's only 1.8 seconds.
All right, so coming into this final corner here, we're going to see the 2 lead cars jump in, take the Joker. Does Cerner have enough time to even make a play at second? We will see.
So equal, these 3 on pace. They've both done they've all done a 15.5. Oh no, sorry, Darbach and Cerner have done a 15.5. August is going to get beaten by Cerner here, but it's not going to be good enough to take the race victory. Darbach crosses the line. The time is a 2:57 something, I think. 2:57.8 was it? The timing screen's just had a bit of a pause in front of us. I think I saw it was a 2:57. 1:57, sorry. It is a 1:57, of course, from a 2 minute from Nason. So close to the barrier on the inside.
That was where he got hung out to dry, like you said, just kind of forced into taking the Joker. Worked in his favor, ended up second with it. That was Christensen with the bobble there. Little over rotation that first corner. Yeah, but it goes through. It's Darbach, Cerner, August, Christensen.
This race could be an absolute stormer. There's 4 drivers here that have great pace, but also have great respect. René Munich, Matt Soman, Oliver Eriksson and Lucas Anderson are not 4 drivers that get stuck into each other. They give the racing room. Brilliant start for René Munich on the inside. Lucas Anderson though goes for the big send. He's dropped it in the gravel. There's a load of dust. Matt Soman going with Munich at the front of the order in the Volkswagen Polo. Ollie Eriksson riding just under the drone. Lucas Anderson, though, is all over the back of championship leader Ollie Eriksson. This is the fight for the Open 4-wheel drive title this weekend between the drivers in 3rd and 4th at this race at the moment. But René Munich, what a start in the Seat Beaver.
Wow, I mean, Lucas Anderson just coming in way too hot into that one. Not where you want to see it, being in 4th in this battle. Hey, look, Ollie Eriksson now into the Joker.
Lucas Anderson went to change his mind, then it carried too much speed on the way in, couldn't get it turned back out again. Shame for him, because he can't now mix up the strategy versus his title rival, Ollie Eriksson. Matt Soman, though, for those that don't know, drives that car completely with hand controls and is doing a stunning job here, chasing down René Munich.
Lots of pressure from Matt Soman there on your leader. We got Ollie Eriksson already taking the Joker, trying to claw back some of that time to make a play at this thing. A lot of chaos in that first lap. Ollie Eriksson was all the way to the back with Lucas Anderson.
Oman is properly going with Munich here. I wonder if he's actually got a bit more pace if Munich wasn't on the apex in that corner. The lap times are pretty similar indeed. Oman's gone quicker by a 10th last time around. Fastest lap of the race though for Lucas Anderson on a 36.1. That's the fastest lap of the session so far.
All right, up to the farthest point of the course. Munich and Oman both going to have to take the Joker. That's Oman running a phenomenal pace, putting some pressure on Munich.
Anderson's done a really slow first sector time on this lap. I don't know what's happened there. He's dropped off the back of Ollie Eriksson. René Munich, though, in the Joker's going to drive for the line. The time is going to be a 1:55.5. He takes Q2 in Open 4-wheel drive. Matt Soman does a 1:56.3. That's good enough for P2. Great run for the 2 supercar drivers. Eriksson wise there, backed out on the way to the first corner. This is Lucas Anderson going for the big old send around the outside. So often that just doesn't work out, and
I think the soft sand saved him. He would have been into the barrier, but I think it just
historically you see so often that people send it in hard, they dig deep into the sand, and we've seen if you don't get turned in that well like Lucas did, you end up in the middle part of that sand trap and then you're spinning your wheels on your belly plates. But he got out of it, not too much lost, and overall I think he'll drop into 6th, so not a terrible result for Anderson. Munich takes the last race of Q2 here at the Estering from Matt Soman, Oliver Eriksson and Lucas Anderson.
Well, Q2 now officially in the books. We got Q3, and I got to tell you, things are shaping up pretty exciting here, Hal. Obviously, we got to talk about two-wheel drive. We got Victor Johansson and Gabrielson. That's going to be a shootout. We just saw some excitement in Supercar Lights as well as Supercar. This is going to be a fun afternoon here at Estering. We're going to take a slight break. We're going to regroup things, get the track cleaned up, get these race cars back on the grid, and we'll see you after this break.
first race of these junior cross-car Q3 races.
You know, Huka this season currently sitting fourth in the points, been right around the podium the entire race. Hasn't had that breakthrough victory yet. I mean, part of that is because Ministo's just been almost perfect this season. But Huka, I mean, has just had a phenomenally consistent year in and around right at the podium spot. All right, so Huka now through. We've got all four drivers electing not to take the Joker. Big gap, though, between Lapate and Mertens. Mertens and Nason running in lockstep there in third and fourth. Oh, a little over rotation there.
Lapate with the mistake. Side by side are Mertens and Nason at the back of the pack. Remember, it was Nason who had that incident last weekend in Denmark, for which we had a bit of a delay while she was checked over by the medical team.
All right, Lapate now trying to battle back into things after that mistake. Huka staying out, not taking the Joker. That'll come the last lap. Nice and tight there. Looked like maybe a misshift by Huka.
Motorcycle gearboxes in the machines, along with their motorcycle engines. Lots of development done on the right sprocket size, though. And these cars are, of course, so limited compared to their big brother cross cars. Limited to 9,300 RPM to limit the speed.
All right,
give these juniors a platform to learn with. Huka's gonna cross the line in this first race. 2:13.4 is the time, and relative to what we've seen so far, although the track is relatively fresh again, the times we saw earlier on, 2:13.4 would have been good enough for top 10 in Q2. But I would say the track's a bit slower now than it potentially was then. Look, it's still quite wet going down the hill. Bit of dust flying. They haven't watered it quite as heavily as they do sometimes, but still a bit damp. 2:11.6 was the top time in Q2 set by Pim Klaassen, which is 13.4 for Jere Huka.
I got to move on with another group here. Cross Car Junior. Pulling those drivers in. You know, you mentioned something in that last one, and it's quite interesting, how, and I love the ladder system we've got here. I want to get into that in a minute. So we've got our next group here. That's Ramakers, Schnack, Yalame, and Van Gorp in this one. But, you know, I love the ladder system. We've got Cross Car Junior to Cross Car. Then we've seen drivers like Sirna, Lucas Anderson, everybody make that step up to FC2. It's just brilliant the way drivers can come in and just get the knowledge and the racecraft to continue to move up and then be successful at those next levels.
See such respect, don't you, in junior cross cars, as I've said a lot this weekend so far. Supercar lights a critical element in that as well. Darback, Linkfist both came through the cross car channels into lights, as did Lucas Anderson, who was a title contender in lights for a few years before stepping up to FC2. You're right though, the ladder is really there, lots of opportunity to progress. Yululami makes a good start in this one from third on the grid. Ramakers on the inside, but Yululami got the job done. Ramakers loads of understeer mid-corner. That happens to these cross cars.
He got some bumping.
They're three wide. If you don't get the nose turned in, because there's no weight over the front axle, sometimes it's very difficult to solve that problem. And you can't just fix it by a bootload of throttle lever.
We got a battle here for the lead. Yalame now in the second spot, trying to regain that top spot. All right, so we got one driver that it looks like that was at Schnack that dove out and took the Joker on that one. Van Gorp now going to get around Schnack. So it's, no, excuse me. Got Schnack out front, Yalame and Van Gorp Ramakers. Getting confused on my cars here.
Welcome to Cross Car and Rallyx, Jim, because just be thankful they're not all the same colour.
Yeah, there's a lot of names. So, yes, Yeah, Schnack, Yalame, Van Gorp, Romekers. Romekers the only driver on that lap to take the Joker, so we are 2 laps in, and it looks like Yalame now going to dive in, take the Joker.
At least the Yalami's a nice purple colour. They're generally there. Quite easy to spot until Spilling and Vettel turn up in cross car, and then that becomes a little bit more difficult.
So Schnack now with a big lead. Going to take that Joker on this last lap. Van Gorp staying out, but Yalame still in the second spot. Romekers also taking the Joker as you go up to the front.
2.8 the gap is Schnack to Yalame, and Schnack's taken another 0.6 of a second, 0.7 of a second out of Yalame on the opening sector of this lap, and did the fastest lap of the race last time around. So Schnack should be comfortably in and out of the Joker here. 42.8 was the best lap by Schnack, and 42.0 from Hukar in the last one. The time though is a 2:17.0. Going to be good enough for second in the session at the moment behind Hukar.
All right, here's a little bit of contact there. Yalame in the mix. Van Gorp avoiding it. Schnack and Romekers in that mix as well. Quick spin, back going. This is Van Gorp taking the Joker. A little over rotation, gives up a spot. Brings us to the results for that second race in Cross Car Junior. Karen Schnack, Joanna Yalame, Romekers, and Van Gorp. The way they finished up. Moving on to the third heat in this qualifying session. Van Glabik, Tovio, Kangasaho, and Mane. Kangasaho with a jump on the field. Tovio, though, edging over. Looked like almost pinching off Van Glabik, as Van Glabik slides all the way up top, going to cede a couple positions.
Lost out badly there, Van Glabik, by running that bit deep. You can get too keen, can't you, in turn one here at the legendary Estering, and just carry that speed too far into the corner. He's looking up the inside, though, of Kangasaho. Kangasaho gives room, a lot of respect given by the Finn, but with the Belgian not on the inside, did then shut the door. Tovio with the new livery in the latter part of the year, much more distinctive, the blue and white machine at the front of the order.
All right, so it's Tovio and Van Glabik. Or excuse me, Tovio, Kangasaho, and Van Glabik. Mane still in the 4th spot. Haven't really heard much from Mane in this one. Uh-oh, looked like maybe an issue there with Mane. It looked like just an abrupt left-hand turn.
Load of understeer, wasn't there, in the way in?
Yeah.
Kangasaho shadowing Tovio. See that bit of concrete I was talking about on the inside there? That's dramatically changed the nature of this corner. Kangasaho is going to mix the strategy up here. Van Glabik as well runs right to the bank on the outside of the Joker entry.
So it's Tovio and Kangasaho in that one. Van Glabik and Mane now your running order. Tovio yet to take the Joker. To make the run down this high-speed stretch. Kangasaho, a little squirrely there. Trying to get the car collected under braking. Allows Tovio to stretch the lead just a bit, as Tovio going to have to take the Joker on this one. Driving in a little bit too deep was Kangasaho. I think any shot at to getting around Tovio was gone in that corner. This is going to be Tovio with the top spot. Kangasaho, Van Glabik, and Mane. Mane struggling throughout that one.
Fastest time for Tovio on a 2:12.2, better the time of Hukar from the first race.
See Van Glabik leading early. It just got in too hot, drifted up, ceded a couple of positions. You see Tovio and Kangasaho taking over those 2 spots. Come across the finish with Mane finishing up in 4th. So it's Tovio, Kangasaho, Van Glabik, Mane, 1st through 4th. Time by Tovio, as Hal had said. moves to the top of the leaderboard, ahead of Huka. Kangasaho, third quickest so far. This next one, we got Pim Klaassen, Sebastian Isiksetra, Alex Antilla, Ivari Manisto, our current points leader, and Peter Maki in this one as well. Isiksetra obviously taking a victory last weekend.
And this is important because if Manisto can qualify in the top 8 at the intermediate classification, will be unbeatable in the points race, but needs a clean run here. Currently 5th in the intermediate classification, so we'll need a clean run. And what a brilliant start from a driver who is about to seal a championship title. Pim Klaassen, though, on the inside, Jim, gets the best of it into the first corner.
And look at that, nice and tight. Great line there by Pim Klaassen. Going to get actually a couple car leagues on the rest of the field.
Manisto forced really wide in the opening corner. Antila, though, now behind down the straight. Perimaki also in the window. If Manisto stays in this battle, we're going to have to wait, I think, until we see the intermediate classifications. Oh, Manisto's up the inside of Isiksetra up the hill. What a brilliant move from the young Finn, who has been absolutely stunning this year. Into the Joker goes Antila, followed by Perimaki.
Perimaki in 5th. So come up through that turn number 1. Going to run up the back. Antila and Perimaki with the Jokers in the back. Klaassen leading Manisto.
Manisto not as quick as Klaassen on pace. Isiksetra is in danger here of getting beaten by Antila when Isiksetra goes in. Manisto goes in a lap early. This is in a bid to cover off Alex Antila, and it's going to work. Up the hill comes the championship leader. Fastest lap of the race for Sebastian Isiksetra that time around.
All right, so 1 and 2 going to have to take the Joker on this last lap. The one to watch is number 13 in the third spot, points leader Manisto. Probably going to be able to get around Isiksetra. I think Klaassen's going to have this one safe. All right, we're going to make a run down here into the Joker.
Klaassen tidy on the way into the Joker. Isiksetra goes in as well. Klaassen's going to drive up the hill, and he's going to take the final win in qualifying here at the Estering. But with second place, Livari Manisto should have done enough to take the junior cross car title here in Germany. We'll have to wait for official confirmation depending on how the qualifying order stacks up, but that should be enough, Jim. And that was a proper rallycross race from Manisto. Got a good start, forced wide in the first corner, was arguably 5th on the exit, had to fight a way back, and what a brilliant job for Manisto, who has had an absolutely stunning season in junior cross car. It's almost a shame to wrap it up at the intermediates, isn't it? Because you don't get that final winning type feeling, but a brilliant job there. Pim Klaassen, though, has been really good when he's shown up so far in the Peters cross car machine, and is a welcome addition to Rallyx. But Manisto, class of the field.
Class of the field, and just didn't get the start wanted and battled back, and obviously coming in here 4th, you said needs to be sitting 8th, correct?
Yeah,
so
there's confirmation. Livari Manisto, champion of junior cross car 2026, and richly deserved. Drives past us in the paddock area, super chilled like all of these kids are. Pim Klaassen, though, takes top honours here in qualifying in the penultimate round. Tovio, Isiksetra, Manisto, Antila, Kangasaho are your top 6, so Pim Klaassen will take pole for the first of the semi-finals later this afternoon.
Brilliant use of the Joker from Manisto, taking it a lap early and then had a phenomenal pass right at the stripe and take home that second place spot. Beautiful bit of driving as we move into cross car. In this one, Carl Savedlin, Manisto, Visintin, and Cesales in this. Carl Savedlin, the curious case of Carl Savedlin, I'm calling it. One of the fastest drivers all season. Rookie campaign in cross car, coming off a junior cross car championship, and it's been a little bit down as of late, but I think Carl Savedlin, if anybody can battle back, it is Carl.
Just got caught in the contact last weekend, and then you end up in the fight, don't you? Lost out in the first corner a couple of times. No such problems though in turn 1 here in Q3.
And look at that, big gap over the field already. Just a half a lap into this one. Carl Savedlin starting to check out on the field. Ministo in the second spot. Third and fourth, a distant third and fourth. But man, Carl Savedlin looking like driving with a chip on his shoulder. Just absolutely flying out here at Estering.
Has to execute now, doesn't he? Does the young Swede, run by JC Race Technic. He's down in 11th at the moment. Would be at risk of not making the semi-finals with any kind of mistake here. So needs to smash in a good time, not only to make the semis and keep his title hopes alive, but also to get as good a grid position as possible for those semi-finals to try and make it through to the final and score the most possible points this afternoon, because he's right in a fight for this title with Thomas Merstad and Espinese, etc.
All right, Savedlin down, tight corner there. Going to stay out as we thought he would. Just a massive gap over Ministo in the second spot. Visinton, the only driver yet that has taken the Joker, down there in a distant fourth place. Kind of a non-issue at this point. It's Ministo trying to claw back into things. But Carl Savedlin, I mean, out of sight on the rest of the field. Big gaps. Oh, we do have a spin there. That is Visinton. The 369 there was currently running in fourth. Not going to affect grid position much. As our leader, Carl Savedlin, now tucks in to take the Joker. I mean, not even a driver in sight. What a clinic by Carl Savedlin out here in Q3. Wow, phenomenal effort by Carl Savedlin.
He'd done his best lap of the day, I think, with a 37.9 in that, but his teammate, Bettler, treated a 37.7, a 37.6 in the first 2 laps of his Q2 race. It'll be interesting to see where that stacks up come the end. 2 minutes dead, 0.3 would also have only been good enough for 4 fastest, but importantly for Svedland, that's a really solid time, and for sure we'll see him inside the semi-finals this afternoon, if not climbing up the grid order a bit. There's confirmation of the result. Svedland taking the first race of Crosscar Q3.
Okay, moving on. Got another one. This one going to be Van Hoof, Ottink, Schnack, and Bex. Going to be Bex on the outside. Van Hoof down in the pole position. Race number 2 here in Crosscar. Looking for that green, and it is off. Oh, a little stall there. That is Van Hoof, the pole position sitter, not able to get off the line.
Ottink on the inside, under pressure around the outside. Van Hoof, as you say, still there on the line. It's Schnack who's at the front of the order, isn't it? In the speed car, one there are Ottink, who raced last year in the Ford Focus in open four-wheel drive, that Bart Bell is now campaigning ahead of Dean Bex.
And up through this back portion of this course, going to come down into the Joker. Leader's going to stay in. We knew that would happen. We do have third place. That is Bex going to dive in, take the Joker. So it's going to be Schnack and Ottink 1 and 2. Bex now slotting back into third where it was before the Joker. 2 to go here. Schnack starting to stretch out on Ottink just a little bit.
Schnack's best of 38.1, not as quick as Svedland's best time so far, backing it in at the bottom of the hill. 40 dropped it, actually made it to the apex and started it out. Probably carried a lot of entry speed, but it comes with a lot of risk, doesn't it? Leaning on that outside rear tyre super hard. The speed car wonder though just looks so pliable when you're on top of it. It's always looked like that, the speed car. When someone's really at one with it, you can really throw it around. You think back to Isaac Rierson driving for JC a few years ago on the way to the title. Thomas Merstad is in the same vein, as is Bettler Tree. When they're really on it, just looks like they're at one with the car. See the downshift there as well, the car just moving around so close to the barrier on the inside with the front wheel. Bex gets a whole load of understeer on the entry.
Schnack and Ottink now running down on the last lap. We're going to see both of them tuck in, take the Joker. We're going to have plenty of time to clear Bex in the third spot. Schnack through clean. We're going to take the first pace spot in that one.
Lovely Joker from Schnack. 2:01.1 is the time. Not quick enough to beat the time set by Svedlin, but not a million miles away either.
Some highlights here. As we saw, Van Hoof failing to get off the line. Left us with Schnack and Ottink, pretty much the battle through this one. Schnack, though, with a decent lead over Ottink. Never really looking back all the way to the finish there. Beautiful Joker. Ottink, Bex, top three in this one. Moving into another group of cross cars. Rico Huka going to be in the pole position on this one. Axel Schnack in the second spot. Bomanis and Sibam Rosemum in this race number 3, Q3 for Cross Car Senior. Time to beat, a little over 2 minutes flat. Set by Carl Svedlund. All right, ready to go. Can Huka take it from the pole? We will see. Great jump on the outside by Sibam Rosemum. Going to come over. Going to get at least one position out of that.
Waited a long time, did Rosemum, and now he's got the inside. Great job on the inside of Bowmanis. New livery for Bowmanis this weekend, isn't it? No, Schnack, sorry, in the white machine.
What a beautiful bit of driving with Sibam Rosemum.
Great awareness to not turn in too hard, wait for the gap to open, then cut to the inside. Huka there at the front of the order can really challenge the best time set by Svedlin so far.
Let's see if any of the drivers tuck in to take the Joker. Yes, we do have one.
Schnack's carried that pace around the outside and gone into the alternative extra route.
They're going to regain the spot in fourth, so Axel Schnack taking the Joker that time by. Going up front, though, Rico Huka trying to chase down the 2 minutes flat time of Carl Svedlund.
37.948, not quite on the same ultimate lap pace as Svedlund, but very close by the tune of a couple of hundredths. Bowmanis with a bit of understeer at the top of the hill, not pushing the rear quite as hard. Bowmanis into the Joker this time around. Going to fall into no man's land really at this stage, but this is all about trying to get ahead of Rosemum come the end of the race. Schnack has cleared the Latvian driver.
So Huka and Sibam Rosemum going to have to take the Joker this time by, as Huka with about a 5-car length lead over Sibam Rosemum. That beautiful opening lap by Sibam Rosemum, taking 2 positions away in that opening corner.
This is going to be very close to the time of Carl Svedlund. Largely depend on how well executed the Joker is. Into the alternative extra route goes Huka, smashes the first apex, runs a tiny bit deep, it gets a great run up the hill. The time is a 2 minute 3 second. He's gonna take it. Sorry, it's a 2:04 and it was a 2:03 for Svedlund. I was confused by the time to beat. So he's lost it by a tenth of a second.
Look at Huka with the wheelie off the start.
Classic Huka has been wheeling for years now. That's the awareness you were talking about from Rosemum in the opening corner. He just waited to turn in. There we see it, and then snuck up the inside. Great awareness.
Yeah, made a pass on the outside, then made a pass on the inside.
Ultimately,
like you said.
didn't work out because Schnack got ahead at the end. But Svedlund remains top with just one race to go, and 4 of the best drivers in cross-car still to come. Huka, Schnack, Rosemum and Bowmanis, the finishing order in that one.
A razor-thin margin at the top between Huka and Svedlund, as we still have some more. This is a loaded one. Yalami, Tree, Isiksetra, Ik Merstad. Merstad on the outside with the jump on the field, going to try and cross over.
Brilliant start for Thomas Merstad. Didn't shut the door hard, just waited. Yululami on the inside, Vetteltree up the inside of Espinese, etc. in the background. The two Norwegians side by side, no way through, Freeze, etc. on Vetteltree. Tree gets rotated at the bottom of the hill. Merstad, though, is going after this championship title, isn't he, in this battle with Svedland and he's etc. at the moment. Merstad is in pretty fantastic form.
A little struggles there in the Joker. It's Merstad, Yulami, etc. and Vetteltree. Vetteltree having a little trouble there in the Joker, dropping all the way back to 4th.
37.5 for Merstad, fastest lap of the session. No one else in the 37s in this at the moment. Yululami, though, is going with Merstad. Merstad's so comfortable moving the car around in the braking, hanging the front inside wheel in the air.
Beautiful move there. Just absolutely flying, lifting the right front corner around every single turn. Merstad on a burner out here at Estering.
Yululami into the Joker. Yululami had a shocking weekend just a few days ago at Nissum in Denmark. Drops behind etc. Yet to Joker, though. Yululami has covered off Vetteltree. The JC driver still 4th in this one at the moment. Best lap of a 38.1.
All right, so we're going to see the leaders dive in, take the Joker. Merstad, he's got a shot at Carl Svedlund, got a shot here.
Oh, massively. He's done two 37.5s in a row. This will be quick enough to be the best time if he executes the Joker.
So 1 and 2 into the Joker. Thomas Merstad through. Can he beat Carl Svedlund? That should be in the bag.
A 58.8.
Wow.
Absolutely smashed it. Nearly 2 seconds quicker than Svedlund went. etc. has also beaten the time of Svedlund as well. Vetteltree on a 2:01 is going to drop into 6th or 7th, I think, in the order. It's so close in cross car, isn't it? That
just razor
a couple
thin
of
margins
seconds make a massive difference.
But I mean, wow, Thomas Merstad, Al, what a race! Just burner laps.
Reigning champion has to take the fight to etc. and Svedlund this weekend, and putting himself in a great position to do that. Unlike last weekend, he's not overthinking double driving 2 cars. Takes the fastest time in this one, etc. Svedlund, Hukar, Yululami, Tree is your top 6. There is the intermediate classification. So just the one fastest time for Merstad. Hukar went quickest in Q1, Tree in Q2, Merstad in Q3 to start semi-final number 1 on pole position. Good run from Hukar as well. etc. Yululami, Tree, Schnack. Svedlund climbed all the way up from 11th to 7th in that one. Solid job from him. This is just a quick lap of the track sweeper, I believe. Head of open 2-wheel drive.
All right, we got another group here. Verhoeven, Verbucht, and Vestergaard. This is open two-wheel drive. Dan Ertz not making the green flag in this one. Yet again, we didn't see him in Q2 either.
Vestergaard didn't make the Q2 grid, but back here doesn't look like to be on song, to be honest, in the wonderful Opel Manta at the back in the background. Verbucht is second, but Vestergaard got a whole load of pace going down the hill, stuck up the inside. This is really Raoul Verhoeven's opportunity, though, to smash on a good time against weakened opposition, you could say.
Yeah, well, and Verhoeven obviously not the best Q2 after that spin, kind of a tank slapper, as you had said, and kind of ended up in the grass area off the side of the hill. But trying to right the ship here, Verhoeven leading this one over Vestergaard by a big margin with one lap in the books. Oh, almost brushing that K-rail too. Really wide out of turn number one. Vestergaard now trying to make a run down this back stretch. Tire smoke coming off the back of the BMW. Vestergaard through clean as well. But right now, Verhoeven just checking out on the field. Going to come back down with 2 to go. Oh, dives in probably a lap early here. So Verhoeven now into the Joker, plenty time to clear Vestergaard.
Baffling strategy for me. I don't know why you would go a lap early, because the best way to get an ultimate race time out of Estering is to Joker on the final lap.
Especially when the second place driver hadn't taken the Joker yet either.
Had the gap for sure. And I kind of contradicting myself a little bit, because I always say if you've got the gap, you ought to take it, because then if you've got a problem you can defend. But that's kind of more relevant in semis and finals when position matters so much. In qualifying, you just need the best time, especially when you're on the back foot after a poor time in Q2. But I'm not a spotter.
Well, and I think with this track too, what I've seen here at Estering is you have zero momentum when you come out of the Joker here. So it's, like you had said earlier, you want to use it on that last lap because it doesn't cost you quite as much time. At the finish, it was Raoul Verhoeven with the top spot. Vestergaard second, Verbucht third. As this one was pretty much decided in corner number one. Verhoeven getting the whole shot. Nice and tight there. Vestergaard making the move around Fabian Verbucht to take the second spot. There's that almost brush with the wall by ultimate race winner Verhoeven in this one, but final lap. It was Verhoeven, Vestergaard, Verbucht. Dan Ertz not able to make the start. All right, we got another group here. Got the Hulk on the pole. Verkernigen, sorry about that. Engelin and Geenen in this one.
Great start from Geenen on the outside. Super experienced rallycross driver. Cuts to the inside, knowing he's got the space. Can he get it stopped at the apex as the Hulk goes side by side with Engelin? Oh, they're 3 wide nearly on the exit. Engelin's got the run though, Jim. Out of the first corner, and the Hulk still looking on the way to turn 2.
Yeah, Verkernigen in the mix on that one. Look at that tire smoke, almost going straight.
Huge lock up for Tom Geenen. What was all that about? Just totally misjudged the braking, got in the middle pedal way too hard.
Almost missed the corner, able to salvage it.
At that stage, you've just got to come out of the brakes, haven't you, and hope you can get it to turn in, because staying in the brakes would have been a taxi to the gravel trap on the outside.
Somehow made the corner and is still leading out here by quite a wide margin over the Hulk. Hulk in the mix. Geenen with a spin.
What a shame. It just on the fastest, despite that lockup, but just on the fastest lap of the session so far, beating the best of Verhoeven in the previous one.
All that work, and Geenen now back to fourth as the Hulk takes over the lead. Engelin in the second spot. Verkernigen in the third. Hulk down with about 3 car lengths over Engelin. All right, so going back up to the front, we got our leader. That is the Hulk. Diving in, taking the Joker on this last lap. England in as well. They're 1, 2, 3. Verkunnigan in also. Coming out of there very slow. That is going to be your 3. Geenan, after that big spin, all the work did on the first lap, all for nothing on lap number 2. But right here, getting a look at the playback, Geenan did get the whole shot. Coming around the outside, just a great move from the 4th spot to cut all the way over. Beautiful hole shot for Geenan.
Interestingly, everyone in that race did a faster lap time than Raul Verhoeven, but Verhoeven still sits top of the order because no one was consistent enough in that one. And Liskovic just didn't get it done in the Joker either, time-wise. That was Geenan's spin. Second incident in the space of a lap and a half, so I wonder if there's something wrong with the balance in the brakes or something.
So the Hulk taking the top spot by 1.4 seconds over England. Verkunnigan 3rd, and unfortunately Geenan have to settle for 4th after leading the first lap. All right, another group here. Open 2, race 3. Bosmans, Hendricks, Hammer, and Froschag. Froschag's had some pretty good starts. Looks like another one. Look at that. Big jump from the outside. Beautiful start to cut all the way over.
Covers the inside. Great job from Ola Froschag. Runs to the outside on the exit. He's been racing this car since 2004. Showed up with a different BMW to the Volvo he's racing now at the start of the year in Tjörp. That didn't go very well, did it? So back to the Volvo now. It's got all sorts of modern technology on it though. Fly-by-wire throttle and the like, which is commonplace now really. 2.6 turbo, 680 horsepower. Oh, and in the background.
Into the wall just lightly.
Hendricks
is
going to get out of there, I think, helped by the laws of gravity down the hill. Bosman's backs in the BMW Z3.
Hammer there in the 3rd spot.
Froschag already done the fastest lap of the session. I'm not convinced by the rear wing on Bosman's car, and it's all personal, just preference, isn't it really? But I love some of the aero devices that I'm not sure how effective they really are in open 2-wheel drive, but they look great. I'm just not sure about Bosman's, but everyone else can probably tell me I'm completely wrong, and that's absolutely fine.
Well, right now, Froschag out front. Big lead over Bosman's in the 2nd spot. Bosman's getting some pressure from Hammer. Hammer probably going to get around on this lap as 2nd place Bosman's going to have to take the Joker. Froschag going to have plenty of time to clear the rest of the field, though.
Froschag's gone fastest lap by the tune of a second over anyone else that's been so far. Raul Verhoeven did a 41.8 in his top of the order. Everyone else in the next race went quicker but couldn't set a better race time. So Froschag, who tiptoes into the Joker, gets it turned in nicely in the first apex, drives to the line, doesn't maximise the exit. The time is a 2:09.4, which is massively quicker than Verhoeven went in the first race on a 2:13.0.
All right, so this was the move of the race.
Had it hooked up on the start, didn't he?
Ola Froschag just, out of a cannon there in the 4th spot. We've seen that earlier in CrossCard as well. With Thomas E. Merstad. That 4th spot, not necessarily a penalty here at Estering.
Hendricks running wide and managed to drag the Fiesta out from the gravel trap.
So Froschag with the top spot. Hammer, Bosmans, Freak Hendricks sometime back there in the 4th position. That was heat 3, race 3, open 2. It's going to be race number 4, Van Lummel, Bleasdale, Darren Bleasdale, Peter McGarry, Aljuwinski, and Van Hove in this one. 3 laps. Van Hove with a nice move, but it was McGarry with a best start. Oh, a little contact there. That is Van Hove and McGarry.
Van Lommel and McGarry side by side on the run out of the first corner. I think Van Lommel's got it. Going down the hill, McGarry currently second after that little battle with Van Hove in the first corner. Van Lommel at the front at the moment, much longer wheelbase on Ariane's car compared to McGarry.
Look at that, lots of speed into the Joker.
Oh, dropped it, has Van Hove on the way up the hill into the wall on the inside. McGarry applying the pressure to Van Lommel at the front of the order. Bleasdale also in this one, just making it through the first corner against the wall. Was having a fascinating chat with Peter McGarry and his team ahead of Q3 in the little break we had. Is a tomato actually a vegetable, or is it really a fruit? Well, we know it's a fruit, but they're convinced it's a vegetable, and I think that says a lot, doesn't it? Peter McGarry into the Joker this time around, very neat and tidy in the first apex, runs right to the outside on the exit, gonna come out next to Bleasdale. Bleasdale runs deep, McGarry's on the inside, clumsy from these two. Bleasdale squeezed McGarry against the wall, that won't help either their race times. McGarry's got a good run there, but it's looser on the inside. This isn't working out, is it, at the moment for the Irish driver?
Oh, we got him. McGarry just kind of caught in the mix here. Nothing he can do.
I'd say he should have gone to the end on the Joker strategy for sure. Running second, wasn't right behind Van Lommel at that moment. So easy for me to say standing here. Van Lommel takes it on a 3:11.0.
So it's going to be Alewinski over Bleasdale at the line. Bleasdale kind of caught up in that Joker on the last lap. Just trying to inch out of there, crawl and get traction, and there was nothing there as that gravel gets spread onto the tarmac in the Joker. McGarry with a whole shot, then got into it there with a 33 of Van Hove.
Van Hove's door looked like a squashed tomato now, won't it, after that little contact in turn one. Big commitment into the Joker. But I think ultimately McGarry should have gone to the end with the Joker strategy. Van Lommel with the fastest lap of the race and a 40.8. And will drop into second at the moment, Van Lommel, in the overall order, behind Olaf Rossag.
As Bleasdale and McGarry getting a little bit more contact. I'll tell you what, McGarry had plenty of contact in turn number one in this one. Oh. As was Van Lommel, Alewinski, Bleasdale, McGarry, and Van Hove. Your running order at the finish. Gonna move to another one here for open two-wheel drive. Nick Nans, Gabrielson, Bleasdale, Wallach, and Pearson in this one. Not often you see Gabrielson kind of this far back in the qualifying sessions, but having an unfortunate run there in Q2 now puts him here with this group. Look for Gabrielson to get the whole shot. Oh, a little hesitation from Gabrielson. Bleasdale with the edge. Gabrielson going to battle back. Oh, big spin. I don't know what happened there with Pearson. Just came across into Bleasdale.
Mikkel Pearson and Bleasdale both have issues after the contact of that first little kink, but this is such an important race for Lucas Gabrielson. There is Jason Bleasdale's car still stuck against the barrier on the way up the hill. I wonder if they might flag this. Nayans gets a massive lock-up in the background behind Slavomir Wallach. Looks like they're going to run this under wave yellows after the final corner for Bleasdale's car. Nayans looks to the inside of Wallach. Now, Lucas Gabrielson needs to be in the top 12 at the intermediate classification here to be sure of the title, and at the moment, with a fastest lap of the session so far and a 40.2, sixth coming into Q3. If Gabrielson has a clean run here, he can be assured of the crown. We'll have to wait for confirmation from our producer and graphics operator, Kalle, at the end, but it will be a pretty much foregone conclusion.
Gabrielson, look at that. Wheelies, lifting tires. That car is just absolutely flying out here. Stays out as we thought he would. So it's Gabrielson and Wallach 1 and 2. Wallach yet to take the Joker. Nayans has taken it. They get Pearson just trying to inch around. We still don't know what happened at the start of that race with Pearson just cut across right into Bleasdale.
40.3 last time around for Lucas Gabrielsen. A tenth slower than his best lap. Nick Nayens has done the fastest lap of the race on a 40.0. Into the final few corners where Gabrielsen will be feeling the pressure this season because he's about to do enough to wrap up the title into the Joker lap section in Q3. Nice and tidy job by the Starlet driver, and with that Lucas Gabrielsen should have done enough to win the Open two-wheel drive crown in Rallyx 2026. Takes the race victory. The 2:08.0 is the fastest time so far. Not the best start though, Jim, as you said, didn't get the run. Let's have a look back at Bleasdale and Pearson. Okay, they've got sandwiched either side of Wallach. That's a really tough one for race director Rallyx Nicholas to call. I would call that a racing incident. Need to see it again.
Yeah,
but when you get two cars forced over someone's bonnet, if anything,
Pearson was trying to edge over, just wasn't quite clear yet.
But I think Bleasdale and Wallach have had the initial contact. Bleasdale slightly ahead. They've both started going left, and then Pearson's been forced around the nose of Wallach. I'm glad I don't have to actually make judicial decisions at that stage.
Yeah,
because
I'm going to side with you.
That
That was very much a racing incident. I think there was no. I don't think there was any intent by any of the drivers. Let's put it that way.
Lucas Gabrielsen, though, brilliant job there. Another race victory in this stunning season for the Finn.
A very calm, all smiles earlier today. Looks like we're going to get Bleasdale picked up. Is race director Rallyx Nicholas standing by?
Rallyx, are you available? I'm sure you're very busy. Wonder if we could have a chat about the incident there.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm always available for you.
Always available, thank you, mate. Let's have a talk about that first corner incident then, Rallyx. I wonder if we can have a look back at it on the replays if possible while we're talking. Yes, we can. Absolutely fantastic. So talk us through this, Rallyx.
Yeah, for me it's like race incident. No one was clearly going left or right or squeezing someone. It's just a hamburger where BMW is a little bit behind two cars, one inside, one outside. And the middle car and BMW is going straight here. First initial, and then they hit the red car. So for me it's like no one did something wrong or something for purpose squeezing others. It's just the small king corner where these things happen.
And talk about it from a driver's perspective, Rallyx. You're very experienced in all of these categories. So often the car in the middle being a little bit behind, the two cars either side get rotated around that middle car a little bit, don't they? And from there you're a passenger, you can't let off the throttle, and staying in the throttle doesn't help either. There's nothing you can do as a driver really.
No, not really, and two different situations in life when it happens. Either the car which is in the middle and a little bit behind is in a worse situation, but in this case the two cars which were ahead on the middle car were on the worst situation. So yeah, it's not much you can do.
Thank you, Rallyx. We'll leave you to it. Great insight as always, and no doubt we'll speak to you soon. On to the final race then of Open two-wheel drive Q3. Jim, this one should be a belter.
It should, and obviously at this point, somebody's probably notified Victor Johansson that Gabrielsen probably has locked up the championship. But after what we saw from the last qualifying session with Victor Johansson, he is really running strong. He is very fast out here, and I think he knows, you know what, if I can't return as champion, I want to win out the final weekend.
Absolutely. To be honest, I don't think he'll be bothered what Gabrielsen does, because he'll also not want Gabrielsen to fall into the sort of strife necessary for Johansson to win the title. Another brilliant start for Victor Johansson using that hybrid technology. The Mean Machine up on the inside as well for Mainix. Around the outside though, Johnny has got a great run out of turn one, side by side with Mainix down the hill behind race leader Victor Johansson in the dust cloud, and he's got it done. Mainix on the inside of Volders. Beck's going wide as well in the yellow and black machine, goes around the outside of Volders. Can he get stopped? No, he can't. Backwards into the gravel.
Kept in it. He didn't get stuck. Wow. Great veteran move there. No one getting in the soft stuff. Stayed in the gas, clawed his way out. Gotta love the commitment, but John E., like you said, what a gutsy move on that first corner. It's paid off. He is in second.
You're right as well. Beck's getting out of the gravel is fairly remarkable as Manix looks to the inside of Knee. There's no way through there. Knee's dropped it, just clips the back. Oh, Victor Johansson gets it stopped in the first corner. Did well there not to clean out the race leader. Here comes Steve Volders up the inside of Manix down the hill out of turn 1. They're both hounding John E. now. Volders to the inside. It's slippery there.
Oh, big brake check. Car going sideways. Is he going to make it? Dips it into the sand.
Had nowhere to go there. Had to get out of the brakes to stop the car over-rotating. Manix makes good of that situation. Manix is on a bit of a wild ride here. They tested last week at the Euro circuit in Valkenswaard in preparation for this weekend. Victor Johansson there was busy racing, wasn't he?
Oh, big hit there.
Massive crash for Manix in the mean machine. He hit the wheel of John E. Huge roll for the Belgian driver. That was a massive one.
Wow, it looked like John E. hit the wall and then the chaos erupted. And
Knee hit the wall, the wheel came off the car, and you see that so often. The wheel was rolling down the track and Manix has hit it and gone straight up in the air. Huge incident for the Belgian driver in the mean machine. Was on a fairly wild run in that one, but nothing out of control. It was just one of those scruffy races, Jim, where Volders, Becks, Manix were all in that fight, and Victor Johansson was free out front.
But it's 5 of the top drivers out here. They were just clawing and walking.
Victor Johansson, the only driver in that to have made it. Johnny there in the gravel, having lost the reel. Left rear wheel that's come off there. We've got a lot of reflection on the monitor in commentary, but it's the left rear wheel, isn't it? I think that's come off Knee's car.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been the right. I thought he hit it coming out, but
so that's brilliant to see then. Both drivers have got out and are okay, but I think we're in for a reasonable delay. Look how much dirt's been pushed to the one side where Manix has had that huge roll.
And we're going to get a look back here.
So let's take this race from the start. First of all, Johnny, brilliant start around the outside. Johansson made the best of it. Manix got up the inside. Knee actually made this work by turning in late, getting a rear to rotate side by side with Volders. Bex ran deep, as you said in commentary, Jim. He did a brilliant job to keep the throttle buried here and drag it back out, because more often than not you'd see a rear-wheel drive car
down and they're done.
Sit down. So this is
over rotation from Knee there.
Johnny made a mistake. Does anything? Okay, touches the wall slightly. Does that damage the rear wheel?
So this is going to be right before.
This is Volders dropping it on the brakes and running that bit deep. Manix gets around the outside, so it's in the next couple of corners. So watch. So we don't see it from this shot. I think we're going to see the end of the roll. Oh wow, here it is.
So Johnny.
So the wheel's
off.
Bosh.
Oh, so he just squares up on the wheel and he used it as a launch ramp to.
So often you see that when the wheel is rotating and you drive over it. Actually, the roll wasn't quite as big as it looked like from the shot we were in at that moment.
Yeah, lots of dust clouds and things like that.
But the wheel's rolling in a straight line, isn't it? You hit it and you're doing a different speed to the rubber. You see when people drive up tyre walls that actually get loads of grip. So you've got a big sump guard underneath the engine on a rallycross car, and you've ridden up the rubber wheel, and all that's done is pitch the car up in the air. Huge round of applause from the German crowd here. Most importantly, Yorick Manix is okay and has helped right his own car, but he'll be absolutely gutted. And in that incident, John Nee's done nothing wrong. The wheels come off. Manix has done nothing wrong. It's just circumstance. And you can't be annoyed at the other driver, really, because they haven't fired you off. You can't be annoyed at yourself because there's nothing else you could do. You could see in the drone shot he was well in the brakes before he got to the wheel. It's just one of those things, and that's so common and yet so unfortunate in motor racing.
Yeah, and I think that's it. You know, you hate, and I know sometimes the fans at home probably hate us saying, it's just a racing incident, but I think in motorsport, things just happen. Like we were talking with Lucas Gabrielson earlier this week, and I said, you know, especially with Rallycross, I said there's a lot of luck that comes into things, being in the right place at the right time, and Gabrielson's just had that perfect storm this year, being in the right place at the right time and avoiding, you know, the incidents and just, you know, that happens in motorsports moments.
But you also make your own luck, don't you? And I'm a big believer in that. If you prepare the car maximum in the workshop, you make every start and you deliver on track, more than likely you're at the front of the order and you stay out of the carnage. And there is a bit of that as well. Let's have another look at that incident. So Knees lost the wheel. I think they'll fix that. That's quite a heavy landing on the rear quarter.
Yeah, that was.
This is slowed down. So
I wonder what caused the left rear of Knees' car to come off. Was that contact earlier, possibly?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I wonder when he clipped the wall if something's happened in the rear axle. Of course, because Rallycross is all based on time and that race was red flagged, we'll have to restart that one. Okay, so we are going to see the next race as the Supercar Lights Q3 with the 3 cars that are running. They're still working on the Kevin Darback machine in the paddock. And then we will revisit the end of Open 2-wheel drive Q2. If for no other reason, I guess, other than the fact that they need to clear a bit of pre-grid to get the cars through because it's absolutely rammed full of cars.
Yeah, we've got supercars, we've got supercar lights, we've got to rerun those 2-wheel drives. But right now, it looks like we've got Mads Larsen able to get that car repaired after the incident earlier. Lindquist, Vittels, Darvik not making this one. Obviously, the front of that car having quite a bit of damage. They're going to try and get that together to come back and fight tomorrow. But Mads Larsen, very happy they were able to get that repaired. He kind of got into that incident, kind of unavoidable with Darvik. And it sounds like we are going to have another couple-minute delay. We've got to have a doctor present. Obviously, drivers were able to get out of the cars in the previous incident, but the doctor is checking out the driver. So as soon as the driver's cleared, we're going to have the doctor back on site. And as I say that, we're getting the sign that we're ready to go racing here. Q3, Race 1, Supercar Lights, Lindquist, Vittels, Larsen in this one. Watch Vittels had some lightning quick starts this year, but look at that Lindquist leaning on him just a bit.
Watch Vittels go underneath here. Lindquist was wise to it though. Comes to the inside, gets a shove in the rear from Vittels. Larsen sideways in the background. Vittels has an issue with the car cutting out in the last one. The team were working on what looked like an electronic issue to me in the paddock. Lindquist though was the only one that came out unscathed really from that Q2 race, and at the front in this one, the championship leader. Of course, terrible for the hopes of Kevin Darback that he's had that damage, and he'll be desperately hoping to get out for the final later on. They're still working on the car in the paddock because otherwise the title is going the way of Lindquist. Oh, Mads Larsen's dropped it in the first corner. Car didn't look great, did it, on the first lap? Looked all out of shape in the opening corner. Vittels, though, who has been the class of the field in lights in terms of pace, is absolutely hounding the back of Lindquist and surely will joke it this time around. Clips the back of Lindquist on the way in for good measure as Lindquist gets it turned in. Vittels nails both apexes in the Joker, runs right to the outside on the way up the hill.
So Lindquist now leading Vittels. Vittels with that beautiful Joker going to try and claw back into this push lap here, try and make a run on Lindquist. It's going to be close. We'll see how much time he can get back. Lindquist in the brakes early, getting the turn done early. Look at the protection on that inside line. Great line there by Lindquist and Vittels.
Vittels has taken half a second out of Lindquist on this opening sector alone, so this is only going one way really, isn't it? Vittels is on a big old push lap, a little bit cautious into the Joker for Lindquist, but great first part of the Joker section. This is actually going to be close coming to the line, isn't it? Lindquist is going to take it.
Wow! Oh, Vittels giving up a little too much in that last section, and it was allowed Lindquist to just eke by.
Fastest lap of the race on the final tour for Vittels, but it wasn't enough, was it? Lindquist did a great job in the Joker because Vittels took a bunch of time out of him in the opening part of the final lap. I wonder if Larsen's got a broken CV joint or something in the drive shaft because he's all over the shop and finished some 18 seconds.
Well, they had a lot of damage to repair from the last qualifying. Maybe they missed something, you never know. But wow, what a racer. Look at that, 0.2 of a second. Alexander Lindquist over Roberts Vittels. Mads Larsen with a spin there in third. Darvik obviously out for the rest of the day, it seems. But that was a beautiful race there. You love it when it goes down to the wire like that.
So this is the rerun of the final Q2 race in open two-wheel drive, and the reason we've only got 2 cars left is that Vold has returned to his paddock area, which is outside of the regulations. When the race is red flags, you've got to return to where you're sent by the marshals. Johansson and Bex both came down to the pre-grid area, basically part fermé, but because Volders went back to his paddock area, repaired the car, and then came back down to pre-grid, he is not allowed to start.
All right, so Victor Johansson with yet another hole shot to his credit over Christoph Bex. Bex going to try and make it racy, though, exiting turn number 1.
Bex has great pace, one of the stars of the Belgian and Dutch Championships, and I would suspect that he'll joker on this opening lap, not with Johansson, who sits the rear of the big Merc down so much in that bottom corner, but surely Bex will joker on this opening opportunity, and then it'll just be a race off on lap time between the pair of them till Johansson jokers on the final lap.
Yeah,
and just to prove me wrong, he doesn't do that. I don't know why.
Well, Bex now with 2 to go, chasing down.
Unless Bex is just going to go for the best overall time and follow Johansson throughout, which is fair enough. But if Johansson drops it in the joker and Bex gets collected, you'll read that decision for a long time, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looks like Bex a little over rotation, kind of in that little left there, but still very even here with Victor Johansson, chasing him up and through down this back stretch.
And now Bex goes to joker, but Johansson's covered him off. I don't really know why Victor Johansson's joker at this stage either, because unless it's just to cover off Bex, but Bex is a few points behind in the intermediate, so yeah, I don't really know why Victor's jokered early.
All right, so they're going to make a run down here on this long stretch, down into turn number 2. Victor Johansson leaning really hard on that left side. Lots of weight transfer in the big Mercedes. Christoph Bex in the Volvo. Now looking to the inside of Johansson, nothing there. Looks like Victor Johansson, unless he makes a mistake in this final corner, going to keep it. Yep, it is going to be Victor Johansson. Christoph Bex 1-2 in this rerun of Heat 3 open two-wheel drive. As this was the start Victor Johansson needed, got out front. Christoph Bex, to his credit, never let Johansson run away with it. It's tough to pass when you got one of the best two-wheel drive drivers in the world in Victor Johansson. Brings us to our results. Johansson and Bex, Manix, Volders, Johnny with the damage from the first run of this, not able to make their way to the green flag in this one.
Some information in the YouTube comments about the Manta and open two-wheel drive, so thank you for that. Got some engine problems, but they're hoping to solve those for tomorrow. Some chat about whether Vettel's ever won the British Championship in Supercar. He didn't. He came very close a couple of times, was right in the hunt, racing the Duran-owned Citroen C4. I raced against him a couple of times actually in Supercar in the UK. But yeah, Robert's super experienced, did win at that level. Victor Johansson though is doing the winning today in open two-wheel drive, isn't he? Fastest in every session. A clean sweep, Christoph Bex. Second in 2, third in 1 is enough for P2, and with P3, Lucas Gabrielsen is confirmed as the 2026 open two-wheel drive champion. And now, Jim, he can just drive free, can't he? No pressure. That pressure we were talking about earlier of trying to do the right thing in qualifying is all gone now, and he can just go and try and get the best result he can.
Well, and I think that's what's going to make the rest of the day exciting for the fans here at Estering and everybody tuning in at home, because now we've got Victor Johansson, we've got Lucas Gabrielsen. Nobody's chasing points at this point.
Absolutely,
we're going to see the best drivers in the world go and try and win here at Estering, and that's got me excited.
Yeah, I do think he's had the shackles on because of that, so it'll be fascinating to see what he can do next. On to open four-wheel drive then. Klaassen, Bell and Christensen in this first race in Q3. Bell with a good initial launch.
Bell's had some great starts, he just can't capitalize on it, and he drops back again. Well, that big drift for Christensen. Oh, bumped into the wall.
Christensen wide on the middle of the first corner, but forced into the barrier after contact with Klaassen. It's so unnecessary.
Oh, wow. He would have been able to save it. He just would have went in the soft there. But, man, I don't know. We'll have to get a replay on that one. But Bart Bell now into the second spot, trying to put some pressure here on Klaassen.
There is Christensen dragging the car out of the barrier on the exit of the first corner. Bell's made a mistake. Wonder if he's got an issue. The Kuiper's built Ford Focus. Klaassen came in pretty hot, didn't he, in the first corner and ran wide into Christensen. Christensen was, the reason I said it was unnecessary was Christensen was already super wide in the latter part of the corner, and then Klaassen's come in hot as well. Of course, you have to see the replay because I don't really know what happened between Klaassen and Bell, but yeah, more controversy. DNF for Christensen. Klaassen continues to lead. Great to have another entry in the FC2 cars in Klaassen. And Bell, who has had a problem with the gear cut with the Ford Focus, and by that I mean there's a sensor in the gear lever that means you can flat shift without taking your foot off the throttle because it cuts ignition by a millisecond, isn't working, so he's having to lift a little bit on the throttle for every gear change, and on the down changes use the clutch. Klaassen slow through the bottom hairpin for some reason. Maybe it was a gear too high, just got a bit over rotated. Both of these drivers need to take their joker on the final tour. In Klaassen goes.
Klaassen through there, Bell following. That's going to be it here for race number 1, heat 3. Klaassen, Bell, Christensen. We're going to get a look back at this opening corner. Watch Christensen there on the outside. Comes in a little hot. And it looks like Christensen getting bumped there by Klaassen because Klaassen coming in a little too hot.
Yeah, Klaassen's picked the throttle up and it's just dragged the car wide, hasn't it? And he's slapped Christensen into the wall.
Yes, I can speak with you guys.
Rallyx Nettis, I think you can hear us up there in race control. What are your thoughts on that first corner incident?
Yeah, for me it's black flag for car number 18, because without the other car outside he could be in a wall himself. So that's way too optimistic, way too fast into turn 1, not keeping your own line, which is a completely different direction.
We're just taking a look back at it here. Thank you, Rallyx, for that explanation. I know we've got to get through the racing now because we're a little bit behind. So thanks for that, but this is what Rallyx was talking about. In his opinion, Klaassen was going to hit the wall anyway because he's carried so much speed in, and he's collected Victor Christensen, and you could see the attitude of Christensen's car with that shove into the outside. Yeah. So black flag is the result for Klaassen.
Yeah, so that's going to shake up that order and that finish. We're going to see if Klaassen move all the way back to the 3rd spot. Another group on the line here. Ramit Cerna, Lucas Anderson, Mandy August, Emil Nason. Anderson with that, I guess, eventful last qualifying session. Oh, look at that. Mandy August with a big jump. Look at Lucas Anderson all over the place.
Lucas Anderson got forced sideways by Ramit Cerna. Mandy August wide in the first corner. They all got squeezed to the barrier on the inside. Lucas Anderson just gets away. Is Cerna still there in the wall? No, Cerna's going as well. Cerna's got broken rear suspension. Nason in the wall in the first corner with more damage still. I'm sure that Cerna's got a broken rear link or something because the car's grabbing all over the place.
Cerna's all over the place. Looks like it's dipped down on the one side. So all that contact there with Lucas Anderson. Wow, big rotation there from Mandy August.
Anderson's in no man's land at this stage because he's going to lose time behind August. Couldn't afford to joker and get held up behind Cerna. Anderson's going to go for the high and wide on the way in and try and get the undercut on the exit. But the Beaver's got so much traction. René Munich's put so much effort and development into these cars. Anderson's got a great run on August, down the hill, but can't get around the outside. This is not working out for Lucas Anderson in his battle with Oliver Eriksson for the Open 4-wheel drive title.
And Lucas Anderson just in a bad spot right here. Going to try and get some air. He is going to elect to jump in, take the Joker. We're going to see if Manny August now can.
Had to Joker Anderson. He was just waiting wide to see what August did. Cerner behind's doing a great job with broken rear suspension.
Oh, missed shift there from Lucas Anderson coming out of that corner, it looked like. It's going to be close here. August going to have to take the Joker on this final lap. Does Lucas Anderson have enough to get around?
Anderson was slower than August in the opening sector by 1.2 seconds with that slow exit from turn 1. I think Manny August is going to get this, Jim.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas Anderson with his own set of problems here. Manny August going to be through. It's going to clear. It's going to be Anderson and Cerna. Nason obviously with the off early on. No longer able to finish, but Lucas Anderson just kind of got hung out to dry in that one, Hal.
Contact here between Cerna. I think Cerna's moved a bit early outside of the line, actually. We'll have to look at that again. And then into the side of Anderson. Anderson's done a great job to hang on to that. In fairness to Robert Cerna, watch this angle. He'll have come out. He's in the brakes. Cerna's come out into the brakes to avoid turning Anderson around. Anderson's been sent sideways, and he's in the brakes as well. Good respect from Lucas Anderson, whereas a lot of drivers would have forced the issue on August there and kept their line.
Well, it looked like
then on the inside, look, Nason's just minding his own business on the inside, and where the packs come across, he's been squeezed in. So actually, Nason's done nothing wrong at all there. He's just a victim of being in the wrong place. As Anderson's come across, hit the nose of Cerna, that's just racing, and it's forced Nason into the wall.
Well, it looked like right off the shot, it may have been Manny August just veering slightly over into Lucas Anderson, which put him in Cerna. I don't know. We'll leave that for
ultimately,
the stewards.
Cerna did the right thing by getting out of it and allowing Anderson to square up the car. So
yeah, you saw the smoke come off the brakes, and I mean Cerna was definitely into the brakes to try and avoid the contact with Anderson. All right, we got another one. Munich, Omen, Eriksson, and Darbic in this one. Points leader, Oliver Eriksson in the third spot. Mats Omen had a phenomenal run here in Q2. As did Munich.
Darbic goes for the outside again. Rennie Munich's got it covered. Omen up the inside. Covers off Darbic. Ollie Eriksson again. So careful into the first corner. Very wide on relatively young shoulders from Eriksson. Just bailed out the throttle. Let it all happen in front of him. Tucked up the inside. He's right back in the position he was in Q2 behind Rennie Munich and Omen. There's that clean bit of concrete now on the right-hander going up the hill. Thought Omen might have joked, then Eriksson does go in, loses a bit of time on the entry. Lovely execution of that first apex in the Joker section. Munich's run deep.
Way deep there. Going to give up a second or two there in that one. It's going to allow Omen to reel in Munich just briefly.
This hasn't worked out for Eriksson though, because he's on the back of Darbic now. Darbic, of course, yet to Joker. Here Munich off throttle. He's driving well here, isn't he, Rene? Just patiently waiting for the car to come to him at the hairpin. Eriksson really needs to bias Darbic to Joker this time around, but he's not obliged to do that. Darbic's wide.
Eriksson
costing Eriksson more time.
Eriksson looking to the inside, trying to get around. May have something here in this first corner. Let's see in turn number 1 if Eriksson can get around Darbic. Look at the dust starting to build there. Eriksson not able to get by Darbic. Darbic holding that third spot. Eriksson really in this fourth spot needs to push, and he's just not having the opportunity being held up by Darbic.
He won't open the door, that's the thing, will he? And yeah, sometimes you're just stuck in the train, aren't you? Darbic will Joker this time around. Rennie Munich will from the front of the order. Mandy August was the victor in the previous race. Don't have that time on the screen at the moment. Rennie Munich though drives for the line. He set the best time of the session on a 54.8. I know that much. I think it was a 57 for Mandy August.
So you look here at the start.
Watch Ollie Eriksson. So early he bails out of it, knowing that he's going to tuck up on the inside in T1 and try and capitalise when everyone else is doing their thing. Darbic sent it sideways, got nudged a bit wide by Mats Omen. And ultimately Eriksson just couldn't make up enough time with Darbic yet to Joker. Confirmation of the result: Munich, Omen, Ericsson, and Darbeck. Great run for Mats Omen, Jim. He had a shocking time in Alsbyn, didn't do the second day, but here in Germany having a really solid weekend.
Yeah, he's looking very strong this weekend also. I think when we get into these semifinals and finals, we're going to see Mats Omen continue to push. So wrapping things up here with the qualifying sessions, that means we got semifinals that will be coming up next. So lots of semifinal action as we get a look at open four-wheel drive and where we stand, Hal. Munich up front, perfect through the qualifying sessions, 150 points. Omen, Ericsson, Darbeck, and Anderson there in the top 5. So we are going to take a brief break. I'll be back here at 5 minutes at the half-hour mark, and we'll start our semifinals here from Estering.
Chin. Yo, there's no semis before the drive.
Yeah, just go around the side over there. Well, welcome back here to Estering, getting ready to go with our semifinals. We got Crosscar Junior getting ready to get slated up. It means we've got some drivers going to be punching their ticket to the finals later on this afternoon. We're going to have semifinals for Crosscar Junior, as well as open two-wheel drive. This one, it's Klaassen and East, etc. Antilla and Van Glabik, Mane and Hoeka. Pim Klaassen had a lightning quick start so far this weekend. Looks like Isak Setra getting the edge on Pim Klaassen. Pim Klaassen gonna have track position though. Look at that, is that Van Glabik on the outside, all the way gonna be pushed out wide, nothing there. It's gonna be Pim Klaassen and Isak Setra in this one.
Van Glabik went super wide in the first corner, cut back up the inside, still running P3 and in with a shout of going around the outside.
That's Antilla in the mix in this one as well.
What a mixed up order through the first couple of corners. Now this semi could almost be a final, couldn't it? Klaassen, etc. Glabik, Antilla, Hoeka and Mane.
Well, you wonder who's going to be the outside looking in, not going to make the transfer to the finals.
He's etc. into the Joker for the first time of asking. Gets out of the fight, now wants to smash in the lap times, and I can't afford to do that because got great intrinsic pace. Hoeka's dropped it in the first corner. That's going to help Ease etc. massively. Oh, contact between Hoeka and Mane that we cut away from. Mane's up the inside. Ease etc. Mane. Ease etc. looking to the inside of Mane down the hill.
Big drift there through that one.
This is not helping Ease etc. is it? Tucked up behind. Anton Mane could really do with Mane joking this time around. Not going to happen, is it? Mane on the inside, Alex Antilla into the Joker. It's going to cover off Van Glabik, in fairness. Great job from Alex Antilla. Van Glabik getting held up in a battle with Antilla can only help Ease etc. though in the background. Van Glabik goes to the outside of Alex Antilla down the hill. A little bit of inexperience here from Van Glabik because really you need to set the lap times to pull ahead of those behind that have Jokered. I think this is going to be close between Ease etc. and Van Glabik. Pim Klaassen though, Joker's from the lead at the front of the order, did the fastest lap, maintains the advantage. Great awareness from Klaassen.
Klaassen's been phenomenal so far this weekend. Looking to continue that, so now it's Antilla into the second spot, Van Glabik. Mane yet to take the Joker.
Van Glabik had actually got that done over Ease etc. but ran wide in the first corner. Ease etc.'s gone up the inside. So Ease etc. will graduate to the final if they can stay on the back of Mane, but Van Glabik's not done yet either. One lap to go. Mane, the only driver yet to Joker, running in third. The gap back to Ease etc. though is not a lot at all. And Mane's dropped it in the first corner. As I look down at the tiring screen, Antilla applying the pressure to Pim Klaassen at the front of the order. Ease etc. though will have moved up a spot and will progress to the final if he can get to the end in third.
Antilla looking to go to the inside of Pim Klaassen. Couple corners remaining. Antilla all over the back of Klaassen. Klaassen been phenomenal. Oh, diving in. Going to be a couple tenths there at the stripes.
Mane in the Joker, giving it all back up, but it's Ease etc. who moves through on the outside. Ease etc. will continue to fight for this junior cross car runner-up position in the championship standings. Made a good start, did Ease etc. But Pim Klaassen was the Klaassen of the God, terrible pun. Was the class of the field on the run into the first corner.
How rich were the jokes today? This is the 48 of Alex Antila getting around Van Glavik, who drifted way wide on that one.
Van Glavik was well up for being in the final then, but just a little bit scruffy, bit of inexperience in the racecraft. Sometimes you've just got to follow, haven't you, because you know the pace is good enough.
Hookah, after that great kind of start, this dropped way off, but Klaassen, Antila, and Isak Setra, your top three in this one, in the three spots that matter. Van Glavik, Mane, and Hookah outside looking in.
I'd say that was the tougher of the two semi-finals. Tovio will start on pole in this one. From new champion Monisto, Kangasaho, Perämäki, Schnack, and Yulilami.
Going to be taking three again in this to the final. Monisto, your current points leader. Great jump by the points leader in that second spot. Going to be able to come over clean. Going to take us into turn number one in the lead.
Kangasaho around the outside, gets two sideways. Going to drop almost to the back. Yulilami, though, doesn't quite manage to capitalise. This is an all-finish affair, except Schnack, currently running in P3.
Tovio in the mix, trying to claw their way up to the front and get with our points leader, Monisto, who has been phenomenal so far this season.
Change of mind there for Perämäki, I think. No, Yulilami in the background, who was going to go in, opted not to do that. Perämäki went in together with Kangasaho.
So now got fourth and fifth, both taking the Joker. Going to try and fight back into this, possibly get one of those final transfer spots at the end of this with 4 to go. Right now, Monisto points leader up front, Tovio in second, Schnack in the third spot.
Perämäki could be in a chance of making it through to the final here. 2.1 off the back of Schnack, fending off Kangasaho. Perämäki had a difficult weekend, didn't she, in Denmark? Didn't make the final on either day, but overall she's been in the final in every other round so far this year.
Looks like that was Kangasaho getting around Ilame. Ilame going to drop back to the sixth spot. Ilame yet to take the Joker. But right now, as Howlett said, the one to watch is Perämäki in the fourth spot, looking to transfer in that third spot. Going to have to watch the splits between Schnack in third and Perämäki in fourth. It's going to be close. Still got 3 laps to go. All right, so Monisto, comfortable lead over Tovio in the second spot. Oh, and we do have, that is Schnack diving in, taking it. Is Perämäki going to be able to get around Schnack? This is going to be for a transfer spot.
Not going to be enough. Perämäki just needs to get it stopped on the inside to cover off. Kangasaho's dropped it in the background, so that relieves the pressure on Perämäki from behind. Oh, and Kangasaho's been collected by Yulilami.
All right, so Monisto there out front, big lead over Tovio in the second spot. Both drivers going to have to take the Joker.
Kangasaho and Yulilami get going again, so we won't be held up, fortunately.
Our leader's in to take the Joker, Monisto. Tovio going to wait until the final 5th lap to do it. No real chance at taking that top spot unless something happens to our points leader. But right now, Perämäki in that third and final transfer spot. Schnack trying to battle back into things.
Tovio's not really under threat either for being in the final, because even if he lost a bit of time, we'll probably come out between Mina Perämäki and Karen Schnack.
All right, so Tovio's going to dive down. We're just going to see how far back. Should have plenty of room to clear Perämäki. So Monisto going to take that front row spot into the final. It's going to be Tovio and Perämäki transferring through the final later on this afternoon. Schnack running a close 4th. After that contact between Kangasaho and Yulilami, Kangasaho going to take the 5th spot. As we go back, get a replay here. It was Ministo with the jump on the field heading into the first corner. Have Tovio dropping all the way to the bottom. Kangasaho with a little over rotation. Cycles back from 3rd all the way to 5th. It's Kangasaho making a run here on Yilame. Making the pass there. Paramake now all the way to the inside, protecting through this corner. You had Kangasaho with yet another spin. Kangasaho now running it tight through that first corner. Over Yilame. Tovio there at the finish line, finishing up in 2nd, and Paramake taking that 3rd and final transfer spot. So official results on this one: Ministo, Tovio, Paramake, Schnack, Kangasaho, and Yilame. Sets our cross-car junior field for the final later on this afternoon. Now we're moving on to cross-car. One of the drivers to watch. Been very, very fast so far today. Thomas Igmerstad in the pole position. Espenix Cetra, one of the winners last weekend in the 2nd spot. Vettel Tree, Carl Savedland in that points battle. Sibam Rosemom, who made some electric moves there in that previous qualifying session. See if they can keep that up. And Beaumanis not going to be able to make the grid in this one.
Beaumanis just came past us in the paddock, so enters the pre-grid, and is being allowed to start.
I thought it might be a hair too late, but they are going to let... Yeah, looks like we are going to have a full 6-car field in this one, which is what we like to see. These top 4 are 4 very, very quick drivers. This is going to be an interesting start. 4 of the best in the business in the top 4 spots, and we're only taking a handful. Igmerstad looks like you're going to get the better there of Isak Cetra. Isak Cetra wisely jumping into the 2nd spot, tucking in early. Carl
Vedlin's being run over by Rosmarm. There's Vettel Tree in there as well. It's a disaster for the JC Race Technic team. Both cars tied up in that incident, and that is a catastrophe for Carl Svedlin's title hopes in cross car this year. The Iranian junior champion Rosmarm and Svedlin were getting into it, nothing untoward in the first corner. They were just both protecting the inside, and then they've got stuck together. And Rosmarm's got in as well. But Thomas Igmerstad and Espenix, etc., where they need to be to fight for the title this weekend.
So Igmerstad now with about 3 car lengths over Isak Cetra, making a little bobble in that corner, trying to avoid the traffic, or excuse me, the cars that are wrecked and collected there. With Carl Savedland,
who made it to the grid with a millisecond to spare before the race start, is in 3rd and set to progress through to the final.
Well, yeah, these 3 drivers now just don't want to make a mistake. They're just going to sit and settle in. And
you're absolutely right. Yeah, you just need to watch your marks. You know you're in. You just need to be super careful, don't you?
Yeah, it's probably a wise choice at this point for Beaumanis.
Totally agree. And I also think none of these drivers were at fault for that first corner incident, so you're not going to get a black flag that promotes someone else necessarily. There are the cars in the first corner.
So we're going to see if Beaumanis can have a great push lap here and possibly get into things. Right now it's not looking like it, but Igmerstad and Isak Cetra 1 and 2. Run up the backside. Went from going to be a very competitive race to not very competitive at all, with 3 of our heavy hitters, Vettel Tree, Savedlin, and Sibam Rosemom, getting collected in that first corner. All right, collected there. All right, so Igmerstad making a run down. Isak Cetra now trying to push. Keeping it nice and tight. Igmerstad keeping the gap similar to Isak Cetra. Isak Cetra looking to the inside. Isak Cetra dives in, takes a joker a lap earlier than Igmerstad. So it's going to drop back a little bit. Going to have plenty of time to clear Beaumanis. So running order doesn't change. Igmerstad, Isak Cetra, Beaumanis. Now second, third have already taken the Joker. Does Eek Merstad have enough time over Etc.? Should have it cleared by quite a large margin. We're going to see what happens in this second half of this lap. Eek Merstad drifted through that second corner. Going to make the run up here.
Merstad's so at one with that car. Looks so comfy, doesn't he? Lovely rotation.
That's what I was going to say. The way he rotated that car, just felt that pendulum from right to left. Just a beautiful turn for Eek Merstad to finish up and take this one. Etc. second, Bomanis in that third and final qualifying spot. Now we get a look at the first corner. We've got Carl Svedlund down on the bottom, and it looks like Rosbaum just kind of
Rosbaum's actually got in the back of him, turning round, and Vettel Tree's got stuck in there as well. Nothing Tree could do, nothing Svedlund could do either, really. Svedlund was covering the inside and has got turns. I wonder if we can hear from Reinus Nittis. I'm sure he's quite busy trying to decipher that, but probably has already done it, given that was quite a quiet race thereafter. Hopefully before the next semi-final we can have a chat with the race director, especially since that's going to take a little while to clear up, as they have to retrieve the car that's on top of Svedlund's. Eek Merstad, Etc. and Bomanis progress to the final. Tree, Svedlund and Rosbaum will play no further part in today's proceedings, having not made it through the first corner. Reinus Nittis, I believe you can hear us. Talk us through that first corner. I guess it doesn't really matter in that none of those drivers finished, but any penalties? What did you make of it?
No, for me it was race incident. It can be warning for car number 88, but nothing else. It was like open wheels, and you know when you clip it on the wheels, then you go up. So, but yeah, here it's like turn one cornage, and no one did on purpose to destroy others' race.
Brilliant. Thank you, Reinus. We'll leave you to it. This is the incident he's talking about. Svedlund, the championship leader, going into Denmark a couple of weeks, last weekend even, getting turned around, and it's Svedlund and his teammate Vettel Tree, along with Rosbaum, who won't make it any further today.
Yeah, it's been a very rough few rounds of racing for Carl Svedlund. All right, we are getting the signal. We're going back to racing here. Cross car semifinal number 2. Huka Yalame on the front. We got a couple of Schnack entries in third and fourth. Ottink and Bex in the rear row. See if Huka rides another wheelie out of this one in the number 2. Yeah, a little wheelie there for Huka. It's going to be Huka and Yalame 1 and 2.
Yalame gets rotation done early, tucks his rear wheel alongside his front wheel, alongside the rear wheel of Huka. They're 3 wide on the exit of the first corner. Looks like Actual Snack has made a bid through. Beck sideways in the background. Huka though is clear out front. Yalame drops to P3. Snack with a big old wheelie through the right hander.
Very close that inside rail through there.
Yalame looks to the inside. It's the other Snack into the Joker in the background, followed by Nathan Ottink.
Both coming in real odd into that one. So Riga Huka going to continue to lead here. Axel Schnack, Yalame in this one.
Oh, contact between Bex and Snack in the first corner. That's Carl Snack in the more chrome wrapped machine. Huka on and off the throttle. Oh, wide, that's Snack, isn't it? Into the gravel on the outside.
See if they're going to be able to get that thing going, keep the momentum up. Look at the dust starting to come out here as that is Yalame now diving in to take the Joker. Very clean line through the Joker. Going to be able to hold off Bex, I believe. Does clear back, so Huka, Schnack, Yalame, 1, 2, 3. Yalame, great use of the Joker now, still sitting in a transfer spot. We are very hard to overcome Jonathan Yalame after the use of the Joker, but right now that is the battle up front. Huka and Schnack 1 and 2. Both electing to take the Joker at the same time. So Huka's going to pop out, Schnack going to pop out, both going to be able to cover Yalame. So our 3 leaders now have taken the Joker. Two laps to go. You're probably going to see them settle in here. All know they're going to be in transfer spots.
Spec stopped on track at Huka. Just you can hear it going down the gears into the hairpin, can't you? That little blip of the throttle in between to keep the revs up. Rutting up a bit at the top now. See Yalama's car just get a bit squared up through where it sits in those ruts. Bex's car's in a really inconvenient place there, isn't it? Just right on the apex where you want to sit the inside front wheel.
All right, so Huka continuing to lead here. Got the whole shot in that first corner. Hasn't looked back. First 3 in transfer spots on this last lap. Huka, Schnack, Yalame. Couple of corners remaining. Got that local caution there. That is for Bex. All 3 drivers cleared. 1 corner remaining. It's going to be Huka, followed by Schnack and Yalame in the transfer spots. Ottink, the first driver out. And the other Schnack entry, Carl Schnack, on the outside as well. So go back to this opening corner. Huka able to get the jump on the rest of the field. Little contact there with Bex. Dipping some tires off into the sand, able to stay in it.
Hard but fair racing between the 2 Belgian and Dutch drivers. Nothing untoward.
Huka there at the finish over Schnack and Yalame. It's going to set our 6 drivers up for the final in cross car. Huka top honors, Schnack, Yalame, Ottink, Schnack, and Bex unable to finish. All right, this is going to be open two-wheel drive semifinal number 1. Victor Johansson and Nayens on the front row in this one. Manix and Nee. Verhoeven in this one, and the Hulk on the back row.
Missing Manix, obviously the damage to that car quite substantial after that roll in Q3 and not a load of time to get repaired. Nee is, though, on the grid.
Yeah, Nee looking like he's been through a war out here, and look at that big jump. You wouldn't know it, but John Nee, all the way from the second row, jumps up.
Victor Johansson dominated qualifying, but he's in the thick of the fight now to make it through to the final. He's star contact on the exit of the first corner to give with Verhoeven. They both survived. Verhoeven's dropped into the clutches of the Hulk in the background. Great start from Nee from the second row of the grid. Got an absolute slingshot in the run to the first corner. Meanwhile, Johansson had his worst start of the day when arguably he needed it most. Verhoeven coming in hot on the back of the Hulk into the Joker around the outside.
Going to tiptoe their way through the Joker there. Johnny continuing to protect over Nick Nayens. Victor Johansson desperately trying to get by Nayens.
Hansen in the loose rear of the car, moving around a lot, isn't it? The risk here then is Verhoeven on Johansson, and the gap is enough at the moment. It's plenty. Nearly 4 seconds. I don't think Johansson will Joker this time. No. Too big a risk with Liskovic still there, and actually Liskovic is going to help Johansson as well to a degree because Verhoeven won't be able to find an easy way through. Nick Nayens, fastest driver on track at the moment.
Victor Johansson keeping it nice and tight through there.
Wide on the exit though. That long wheelbase, easy to get the rear wheels into the looser, wetter dirt on the outside. They just watered the circuit ahead of these semis. Someone's got a bit of a misfire, I think, listing track side. This is not what Johansson was looking for, to be running third. And that's a really slow entry to the Joker section for Johansson. Really, if you're running third like that, you want to carry the speed around the outside and maximise your entry while the others are slowing for the corner on the inside. Johansson, we're really hoping that Nee and Nayens get a bit stuck into each other and cost each other some time. Johansson, though, has cleared Liskovic, so is now on a charge in the background. Opening sector of this lap. 17.1 for Johansson. He's on a big old push, 0.8 of a second quicker than even Nee or Nayens. One of them needs to Joker this time to try and cover off. They're not going to do it. And Nayens does way too late, that decision.
Way late, clips the tires on the way in.
Lost way too much time. You needed to commit much earlier than that. If you were going to beat Johansson, it's going to be close in the run to the first corner. Johansson's going to get it.
He's going to dive in. Johansson's going to have the momentum coming out. They're side by side running up that stretch.
Johansson's got it. You're right, Jim. Carried that momentum around the outside.
Nayens now trying to get back into it.
Neither Nayens or Johansson had a great entry to the Joker, but Nayens' was definitely that bit worse. Nee has to Joker on this final tour. Can he make good that brilliant start he made? I think the gap's too small at 2.5.
He looked a little slow going into the Joker as well. He's going to come out.
He's got it done.
Victor Johansson's going to have the momentum, but no, it is going to be John Nee, Victor Johansson, and Nick Nayens 1, 2, 3 in this one.
Johansson did the fastest lap of the race on that final tour on a 40.2. Look at that start from Nee though. Johansson had a shocking start by his own high standards this weekend. Nee around the outside. Brilliant job.
Yeah, that was just
this is a bit of contact with Verhoeven. Could have gone horribly wrong, couldn't it? We just missed it in that drone shot, but that sort of
both the cars just swapping and going back and forth, especially with the big Mercedes and the weight transfer that car can have. Amazing Victor was able to keep it together. Here we are at the finish. Johnny just edging out Victor Johansson. Nick Nayens in that third spot. Those Nee, Johansson, Nayens, Verhoeven, the Hulk, and Manix. Another group here.
missing Jason Bleasdale, so obviously the damage they had from that Q3 incident earlier on is substantial enough to not be able to make it back out.
Bex and Wallach, Boulders and Bosmans, Van Hove and Bleasdale. Obviously Bleasdale, as Hal said, not making the grid. You're going to see Bex side by side there with Wallach. Looks like Beck's going to have the edge. Wallach going to tuck into the second. Beck's protecting the inside very well.
Volders a nudge in the rear of Wallach, and then up the inside. Has Wallach got the legs going down the hill? We saw Volders make a mistake there on the inside earlier and lock it up. Does this time as well, but Wallach locks up that little bit later to retake the position. Good fair racing between the two of them at the bottom of the hill.
Bex.
Wide goes Wallach into the penultimate corner. No one jokers this time around.
Very clean lines right, Christoph Bex. He's hitting the marks, not really worried about what's happening behind him.
Wallach wide on the exit. Volders has a look to the inside again. You can see the witness marks on the rear bumper of Wallach's BMW where he's been nudged in the rear. Van Hove is not out of this fight either, is he? If it kicks off ahead.
All right, in the middle, we're going to see who's going to break first, who's going to take that joker.
Someone's going to joker now. Van Hove surely has to go in.
Nobody does. Everybody stays in.
Bosmans is a risk. Bosmans is a risk because he's kind of stalling the joker strategy, being only 2 seconds off the back of Van Hove. But I think you've got to mix it up if you want an opportunity to try and be in the final. Wallach just starting to gap Volders a little bit. The two different BMWs.
Beck's now starting to stretch the lead over Wallach. Volders now into the back of Wallach, looking to the inside. Great protection job by Wallach.
Wallach's really good in the final sector. Volders is arguably better in the first sector, so it's a bit of cat and mouse between the two BMWs. Volders goes wide. Is this a joker? Yes, it is. I thought Wallach was going in as well. Then that's a really good entry for Volders. Maybe too wide on the way. It compromises the early part of that section, but it's going to come out comfortably in third. Wallach on a push now, runs wide in the first corner, lights the throttle up in the rear wheels on the BMW.
You can hear it just spin there when it got into the sand, wasn't able to get any kind of traction. Going to drop down even more time to Christoph Bex. Now Wallach really going to have to start worrying about Volders, who's already taken the joker. See if he dives in this time by. I don't think he will. Nope, stays in.
Runs deep again, as does Volders in the background. Van Hove going in, but yeah, makes no odds now at this stage.
So Bosmans may have a shot to get around Van Hove. Nope, Bosman's not able to do it. Stays in fifth.
Wallach's definitely in danger here from Volders behind. And potentially from Van Hove, depending on what Wallach's joker is like.
Look at that rotation there. Beautiful lines by Volders in that third spot. Really trying to soak up the distance on this push lap. As Wallach going to have to dive in. Bex, your leader, does.
Only the top two go through in open two-wheel drive. Got another semi-final still to come. Volders is going to get Wallach around the outside. It's closed. Wallach didn't have the best joker. Bosmans as well through the extra route on the final lap, but Wallach just misses out on a place in the final. Still though, a much better day than he had in Denmark, where he only made it to the first corner of Q1 on day one.
Little contact there. Tires tapping. Great shot there. As going a little wide there, just about dumped it in the sand, able to keep it together. That was Bex at the finish line, taking the top spot. Was that battle with Volders and Wallach for the second. Brings to our results, Christoph Bex, Steve Volders transferring in, Wallach and Van Hove third and fourth. Bosmans and Bleasdale not able to make the start on that one. Brings us to one more group here from two-wheel drive. We're going to take two more to the final. Lucas Gabrielson on the pole position, already wrapping up the championship. Van Level, Frosag, Hammer, Pearson, and Aljawinski. Great start there by Gabrielson, who will be your 2026 champion.
Gabrielson late on the brakes into the first corner, has Van Lommel looking up the inside. Frosag currently third, Hammer as well in this, but Lucas Gabrielson has picked up and gone. He was driving carefully through the heats. Now he can't be beaten and is only the third ever champion in open two-wheel drive in Rallyx history. Is able to run free, and in fairness, he's the class of the field in this semi-final based on previous form. Van Lommel defending from Frosag. Hammer slow under the dust, is getting to that hanging stage at the end of the loose there. Oh, Frosag's looking to the outside of Van Lommel up the hill. Van Lommel defending, Frosag just cautious, park throttle on the inside, just to not run into Van Lommel.
So Gabrielson with a big gap back to Van Lommel, but Frosag looking to the inside. Frosag's had a very good day so far today. Right now, needs to move up one position to transfer in.
Gabrielson is absolutely flying out front, 39.4 on his opening lap. What can the Finn do this time? He wants to conclude this season in the best possible way. 39.7 that time on a charge with the little starlet. Already 2.8 seconds the gap for Gabrielson.
This is the battle here, that transfer spot, Van Lommel and Frosag.
Frosag has to joker this time for me, Jim. He's got the gap behind, he's quicker than Van Lommel. And he's being respectful here, not forcing the issue, but you've got a joker if you're Frosag to get the clear air.
And you think there's going to be some cat and mouse with Van Lommel, though. Trying to goad him in. We're going to see what's going to happen here.
Got to go. Absolutely the correct decision. He waited as well just to check that Van Lommel wasn't going. Hammer in the background.
Yeah, he's got plenty of speed. He'll make up a lot of that ground here on this push lap. So we're going to see when Van Lommel.
Oh, wide is Frosag in the first corner. Carries the speed though. Wide have lost out too badly. Managed to get it stopped. Opening sector of this lap.
So it gives Van
Lommel's done a 17.9 and 18.1. He's lost a couple of tenths, Frosag, but I think he's got enough pace overall to get ahead. He just needs to keep it tidy. Van Lommel for sure will respond now. Gabrielson's in.
Gabrielson's in. Van Lommel in. Does Van Lommel got enough to count? Oh, mistake by Frosag going into that corner. It may open the door for Van Lommel.
Oh! Almost hit the wall. She's broken the front right suspension.
Oh, Van Lommel had it and made contact in the joker.
I think it was going to be close. Frosag had a scruffy push lap, but doesn't matter now, does it?
Oh, that was going to be a... Everybody taking the joker. This is all but wrapped up here with a half a lap remaining at Estering. Yellow flag's out in the joker. So Gabrielson going to take that transfer spot. Ola Frosag in there as well. So it's going to be two going to the final here. An open two-wheel drive. Hammer and Aljawinski going to round out your field after a mistake there by Van Lommel. Lucas Gabrielson just checking out on the field early in this one.
That was the last time we saw him, really, wasn't it? He backed off a bit on the last couple of laps. His last lap was a 45.8, so relative to his best, which was a 39.4. So he just ticketed his way around, protect the tyres a bit, protect the car, and prepare for the final. Frosag's joker was pretty good. Really good, actually, I would say. They made this mistake in turn one. And then later in the lap, I wonder if we'll see it. Yeah, you just missed it a little bit there, but under pressure. Wonder if Van Lommel had actually clipped the inside there, Jim, and was forced out wide.
Yeah.
Hit the outside again, and yeah.
Yeah, it was going to be close, but obviously with the contact there with the barrier. Van Lommel taking themselves out of it, and Lucas Gabrielson and Ola Frosag taking the transfer spots. Hammer, Aljawinski, Van Lommel, and Pearson, the way they finish up.
Say again?
All right, looks like we're getting ready to go here. Open four-wheel drive Pro-Am final on the line. Omen Munich, Darvik August, Christensen Bell. Mats Omen's been very quick. Had some great battles there with Rene Munich. Oh, lots of smoke coming down the inside. Big rotation there from your leader, Munich.
Oh, Owen's got on the inside of Rene Munich coming out of the exit of the first corner, up the inside. Mats Omen into turn two. Joel Kristoffersen's next with the absolutely delighted with his driver. First time all day Rene Munich's been beaten on the opening lap, and now we've got a race on our hands.
And we've known Mats Omen's had the quickness all day long, just hasn't had the opportunity. Door open, Mats Omen through.
He'd actually run deep in the first corner, hadn't he, Mats Omen, but managed to cut up the inside of Munich on the exit into the Joker in the background. Goes Mark Bell in the focus.
And Mats Omen protecting, and we got Munich just continue to drift wide, Darvik wide as well.
Christensen all over the back of Darbach, as you say, Jim. 37-2 for Mats Omen.
Look at the gap, though, back to second already. Mats Omen just on a burner out here at Estering.
I wonder if Munich's got an issue, because I think he has been quicker than this. So a 37-2 on the opening lap. They have just watered. Omen's best in Q3, but it was 36-1. There's more time yet. Oh, Munich's pulled off.
Oh, you just like you called it. It must have been a problem there. And Christensen through the Joker as well. Darvik now going to move up a position.
Mandy August wide in the first corner. She cuts back to the inside. Victor Christensen's the highest of the drivers who've been in the Joker.
The polo of Mats Omen just out here continuing to make up ground on the rest of this field. Darvik in the second spot trying to claw back into it, but Mats Omen on another planet right now.
Omen's a different driver to the Mats Omen that drove at his home run in Owlsbyn a few weeks ago. Didn't look super comfy in the car, didn't drive on the second day in the end, but here he's just looking really at one with the Volkswagen Polo. August in the Joker. She's just going to lose out to Victor Christensen at the exit. 3.5 the gap now between Omen and Tobias Darbach. Both drivers yet to Joker. Victor Christensen is another 4.3 back on Darbach. Darbach missing all the rear bodywork on the FC2. Omen a little wide at the top of the hill. Will Per Bjornsson his spot to send him in? No, doesn't do that. They're going to go to the end. Darbach does in the background.
All right, Darby going to get the rotation there, go through, going to continue to drop more time to Omen. Omen's going to have plenty of time to clear Darbic on the next lap.
Darbic just clips the wall on the exit. What a shame, Jim, for René Munich, who has invested so much in Rallycross, and especially at this venue here at the Estering over the years. I'm sure he'd have loved an opportunity to stand on the top step. There'll be more of that chance tomorrow.
And Mats Omen right now just continuing to gap the field on this final lap. Mats Omen going to have to take the Joker.
Omen into the Joker for the final time of asking. He's got a comfortable lead on the final lap here at the Estering, and Mats Omen is going to win the AM final in the open four-wheel drive category. And I can tell you there will not be a disappointed person in the entire venue for Mats Omen. He is such a well-liked character, an absolute legend of this sport. Fantastic for him to get a victory here at such a legendary venue.
Oh, it's going to be all smiles there for Mats Omen. Now that Polo was just on another level, just flying out there today. And you know, you got to love it when you win the race, you do it with such a dramatic pass. So we're going to get a look here at this first lap.
Munich's gone quite deep on the exit there, Jim, hasn't he? And Omen, who went deep on the entry,
and
just gets a brilliant drive up the inside.
Yeah, just out-carried the speed all the way down that front stretch, able to slam the door on Munich. And the only mistake Munich's made all day was one that cost them the race. See him pulling off with a mechanical issue. But Mats Omen, as Darbic hits the wall there as well. But Mats Omen, well earned as the fire goes off in the background. And Mats Omen is a winner here in the Open Full Drive Pro-Am division. Darbic with some more donuts, as Darbic has become known for.
Another podium for Darbic. Solid job from him. Had a whole bunch of podiums last weekend, didn't he? As we see confirmation of the result. Mats Omen, Tobias Darbic, and Victor Christensen, your top three. And there are the donuts. The diffs in that thing get a hell of a hard time, don't they? Because spends his life donutting, as you say.
All right, this is going to be our cross car junior final. Another one slated for 5 laps. Ministo and Clausen on the front row. Ministo, just a phenomenal season. We got Antila and Tovio in the second row, and Isak Setra and Paramaki. I mean, this is 6 very strong drivers in this one. Isak Setra coming off a victory last weekend there in Nissan. Clausen been very fast, a great start so far. Be watching that pole position, Pim Clausen. Clausen with another good start. Tovio now going to try and get around Manisto. Manisto a little off pace early. Hesitated on the start, going to drop back to 4th position. Manisto now going to try and get a run up the inside. I don't think there's going to be anything there. Back into 4th. Big mistake there early on for Manisto.
Just didn't get it hooked up. Now Manisto's coming through on the inside. Is there going to be room? Isak Setra in that fight, finishing in the top 2 in the championship. Manisto's going to try and get around the outside. Nothing doing there. It's tight through there. The walls are big and close.
Let's see if anybody elects to take the Joker on this first lap. Oh, we had too late. Paramaki going to take it, and then ended up getting snaked by Antila. Great use there by Alex Antila to snake Paramaki. Going to clear Paramaki now. Now you've got the 5th and the 6th place driver going to try and claw their way back into things. Going up front though, Pim Clausen continuing to class the field here. Tovio in the 2nd spot, Isak Setra and Manisto. Manisto just not able to claw back into things after that start. Just off pace at the beginning, got the pace now, but there's just nothing there with 3 of the best in the business in front of him. All right, so now Manisto going to have to try something here. Feel some immediacy to it. All right, so 2nd place. Oh, excuse me, that was Isak Setra jumping into the Joker. So now you've got Isak Setra going to drop back to 4th. It's Tovio and Manisto now in 2nd and 3rd. Clausen still leading. Now Manisto getting a look there at Tovio. Going to make the long run up this straight into this corner. As you can see, Clausen with about 5 car lengths. Manisto looming over Tovio's shoulder.
Manisto, the fastest driver in this race, on a 42.2. A couple of attempts faster than the last lap of Clausen, but Clausen's just checking out to the front. Oh, wide. That is how you enter the Joker Lap at the Estering.
Beautiful turn.
Junior cross car champion Ministo absolutely schools everybody else who's failed so far this weekend to carry the speed in. Jim, we haven't seen anyone enter the Joker like that so far today.
The car fully backed in and committed all the way down the straightaway. You gotta love that.
Committed early, knew that that's what he wanted to do, went right around the outside, backed it in, carried the speed. Job done.
That was beautiful.
Okay, he's lost out to his etc. on the exit, but that's by the by. It's the aptitude you have to send it in the first place.
All right, so Pim Clausen and Tovio yet to take the Joker. 2 laps remaining. All right, Pim Clausen and Tovio both taking it. Can they clear the field? They should have enough. Pim Clausen coming out. We've got Tovio coming out. They're both going to clear. Now Ministo going to have a sight set on Isak Setra, one of last weekend's winners.
I love watching Ministo, just trying so many different lines, super wide into turn 1, looking for the undercut. It's really refreshing to see someone do something different rather than just being willing to follow again wide down the hill. It's like the karting line, isn't it? Looking for opportunities, not just being content to wait for the driver in front to make a mistake.
And it has the speed. Ministo has the speed to get around Isak Setra, just hasn't had the opportunity yet. Look at that outside line, outside in.
Again wide, just try and look for the way through. It's not going to be enough though.
And at the line, it is going to be Pim Clausen taking the victory here at Crosscar Junior. Tovio second. Sebastian Isak Setra just barely just eking by in front of Ministo.
Ministo had a great race. I'm sure he won't be that bothered not to finish on the podium, 3rd or 4th, whatever. You won the championship today. Take it. Pim Clausen, no, stunning job all day. Under a lot of pressure from the experienced regulars in this series. Good job from the Peters Cross Car machine and its driver. Another winner on the top step. Tovio. Isak Setra does his hopes of finishing second in the standings no harm at all with that result, with Antila down in 5th.
As the fire goes up, it was all for Pim Clausen in this one. Beautiful run there, wire to wire for Pim Clausen. I got some celebrity donuts, celebratory donuts in front of the fire.
Tovio, Isak Setra. Why not?
I thought this would come tomorrow as the season wraps. Pim Clausen, Tovio,
any excuse for the donut. You know that.
When we say the season wraps, points championships wrap tomorrow, but the series hasn't. We got our global finals coming up in Portugal in October, which is going to be absolutely phenomenal there in Montalegre.
All the classes, open four-wheel drive will be just that. FC1s, French Division 3s, Supercars, FC2s.
Bringing in the hypercars from the United States. All right, we're gearing up for our Supercar Lights final here from Estering. Front row is going to be Lindquist and Vittels, Larson and Darbick.
Great job by the Darbeck squad to get that car repaired after that huge accident in Q2 earlier on.
Little pressure there from Vittels on Lindquist. These two been battling all weekend.
Oh, Vittels forced wide. Mats Larsen looks to the inside.
Larson just with a bit of bad luck today. Wrong place at the wrong time, trying to correct that. But right now, Alexander Lindquist leading this field, but oh, look at that. Mats Larsen get on the back of Vittels.
Got stuck together a little bit, lost a bit of time. If anything, that's just handed a bit more to Alexander Lindquist. The gap was 4 points coming in between Lindquist and Darbeck, so the championship won't be done today by any means.
Darbick and a joker, going to move back. Oh, a little struggle coming out. That was a nasty looking joker.
Lindquist has been super wide in the first corner, but we were watching Darbeck through the joker section. Dust hanging on the exit of the first corner here at the Estering. Vittels with the wipers going flat out. They just watered the track over the top. Vittels looks so calm in that Lights car, doesn't he? He's well on top of it, so close to the wall in the penultimate corner. Mats Larsen joking this time around. This is in an effort to cover off compatriot Kevin Darbeck. He's going to get that done. I'm sure Kevin Darbeck would dearly love a podium to repay the efforts of the team for getting the car repaired. Fastest driver on track now is Robert Vittels.
Vittels going to have his work to get around Lindquist, so Lindquist has hit his marks all day long. Vittels may have a hair speed on Lindquist, but Lindquist not making mistakes out here.
Nearly half a second quicker, Vittels, in the opening sector of this lap. Vittels has to joker sooner rather than later. He's going to go in.
Oh, he bumps into the back of Lindquist, spins him.
He'll get penalised for that for sure.
Oh, now Lindquist's going to be stuck.
That was not intended by Lindquist in any way, but because Vittels was going around the standard lap and Vittels has collected the driver in front, for sure that'll be a penalty.
Oh, it's got to be heartbreaking for Lindquist running a phenomenal race there. You see it buried down to the chassis. So Vittels going to lead this one. It's going to be Larson and then Darbick in the second and third. Take the joker on this one. Not take the joker yet again, so, excuse me, he has taken the joker. Lindquist hadn't taken the joker yet. So Vittels, Larson, and Darbeck, your running order here. Way to get confirmation on what happened there with Lindquist and Vittels as Vittels kind of bumped in the back. You see just heartbroken is Lindquist.
Into the final few corners of this race. But will it be the final outcome? That we don't know yet. Robert Vittels over the top of the hill here at the legendary Estering into the final couple of corners. Brilliant pace again all weekend from Robert Vittels. He's going to cross the line to take victory in the Supercar Lights final, but is that going to be the end of it? Maybe we can have a quick word of Rainis Nittis if we've got the time to see what he makes of that. Larsen and Darbeck complete the podium. Let's have a look back then.
There's a little contact there going in, just racing really hard into that first corner.
That's all racing, isn't it? Just leaning on each other into turn one. Larsen had a good look up the inside of Vittels and then had a chunk into Vittels at the bottom of the hill, but got out of the throttle, fair enough. Nothing untoward with that. Darbeck jokered early on.
Should bring us to the next lap with the big incident here.
It was a couple of laps further on, wasn't it? This is the move. So Lindquist.
You have to get another angle of that. Yeah, it looks like he just kind of
clipped him, hasn't he? But you can't do that. You've got to go wide on the way in to avoid the car in front. So for me, based on previous form, I'm sure Vittels will get a penalty for that.
Yeah, he was already turned in to make the corner, and it was just enough that just looped him around. But waiting on final confirmation of results here. So tentative results are Roberts Vittels, Mads Larsen, and Kevin Darvik. Waiting to get an official ruling here in Supercar Lights. Moving up next, we are going to have our cross kart final. Have a little bit of track maintenance. We're going to have two-wheel drive final, supercar final, and an FC2 final as well. Brings us to cross karts. Final getting ready to get underway. Huka and Eek Merstad on the front row. Schnack and Isak Setra in that second. Bomanis and Yalame on the back row. Eek Merstad's had some phenomenal starts this weekend. Carrying a lot of momentum into the weekend. Huka's had some blistering quick starts as well. All right, we're getting ready to go racing here with our cross car final. It is Huka and Merstad, Isak Setra and Schnack, Yalame and Bomanis in this one. Be watching Thomas Eek Merstad with those lightning quick starts this weekend. Thomas Eek Merstad getting a look at the inside. Huka starting to slide over. It's going to be a battle into turn number one.
Huka's lost out badly there in the first corner. Schnack side by side with Isak Setra. Yalame though has got up the inside on the exit. Huka still in the thick of the fight as well, but Thomas Eek Merstad has got free out front. That's exactly what the Norwegian needed if he's going to try and defend his 2025 title here this weekend.
Look at that, just lifting the tire around that corner. These cars are absolutely hooked up, sliding in. I don't think anybody's going to take a joker early on. Lie there. That is Huka into the joker on the first lap. Little over rotation there. Going to come through. It looks like we got some damage there to Bomanis as well. Going to drop back into the sixth spot. Going back up front though, it's four cars. Eek Merstad, Yalame, Isak Setra, and Schnack. Isak Setra now getting some pressure from Schnack. Axel Schnack looking to the inside.
5 points the gap between Isak Setra in the championship lead and Thomas Eek Merstad in second coming into this race. If it finishes like this, that gap will be down to 3 points going into a full day tomorrow. That is nothing in this category. Isak Setra into the joker this time around. It's at that very spot where he lost the RX3 title a few years ago in a final round decider, and for sure Crosscar is going to go down to a final round shootout tomorrow. Carl Svedlin also not out of the picture, although he's got a big job tomorrow, hasn't he, to try and climb back into this fight.
And now up front, Thomas Eek Merstad getting a little pressure from the Yalame, not much, hadn't been able to stretch the gap yet. Top three yet to take the joker, bottom three have taken it. Look at him nice and tight through that corner.
Schnack's driving really well here, Jim. Into the joker this time around goes Jonathan Yalame, who has had such wildly varying form this weekend.
Oh, taps the wall on the way out.
It's going to work though, side by side. Slack's dropped it. Slack's dropped it. That is only played into the hands of Espinese, etc.
Oh, Schnack with a phenomenal effort up into that point. Going to drop him back, but Thomas Eek Merstad out front, loving what's happening behind him. Jonathan Yalame in the second spot, looking very strong as well. Leader yet to take the joker with 2 to go.
Yalama's going to get this based on the gaps at the moment. Eek Merstad's on the way in. Yalama's a little bit wide in the penultimate corner. What a lap from Thomas Eek Merstad to extend the margin. He didn't have the gap at the start of the lap. Brilliant job for Thomas Eek Merstad.
What a close one here on the last lap. Everybody's taking the joker. It's just going to be a drag race to the finish. Eek Merstad with a massive gap over Yalame in the second spot. Isak Setra was able to battle back into the third.
Unbelievably, for being the reigning champion, Thomas Merstad has only been on the podium 3 times so far this year. Best result of second back in Aalsby, a wheelie over the top of the hill. This is exactly what Merstad needed to take the title fight to Espinese, etc. in the final round tomorrow.
All right, and at the finish line is going to be Thomas Merstad with the win. Yalami in second and East, etc. battling back to take that third and final podium spot.
What a shame for Snack, because that was one of the best performances we've seen from Axel Snack. Dropped it in that battle after the Joker merge. Those things happen, don't they?
Just a little contact and it spun the car around, and the rest was history. But Thomas Merstad, you want to talk about when the pressure was on delivering. Wow, what a race.
Didn't have the margin and absolutely nailed the Joker. The Joker here in a cross car is actually a little bit quicker than it is in the bigger car, just because of the rotation in that extra route.
Look back at this replay. Hookah was on the front row in this one, and Merstad got the whole shot. Hookah dropping back to fourth after running second up into that first corner. And you look back. Just lost it down the straightaway.
In fairness, he was trying to avoid the contact as well, so these things happen.
Trying to avoid the contact, so turned the car a little bit too much when the contact did occur. Thomas Merstad here, we didn't have the margin needed at the start of that lap and ran a beautiful. And that was what sealed the deal for Thomas Merstad, as Merstad celebrating.
Opening the door while you're executing a donut has got to be right up there with
a hand out the window. All smiles for Thomas Merstad. Phenomenal effort out here at the Estering for round number 9 of the championship. Oh, he's even getting out of the car.
Good for him. Because you never know when it's going to happen again. He might have a shocker tomorrow. His championship defence might be in tatters by Q3. You just never know, do you? So I'm all for people celebrating at every opportunity, because you just never know when it's going to happen again.
Thomas Merstad, all smiles out here. The Norwegian got to be very happy with that result. All right, we're ready to go. Open two-wheel drive final here. Round number 9 at Estering. Bex and Gabrielson on the front row. John Nee and Johansson, Volders and Frosag in this one. See if Gabrielson keep those starts. Look at that shot out of a cannon. Is the champion.
Brilliant start from Lucas Gabrielson, but he's got Victor Johansson waiting in the wings. Gabrielson wide on the exit of the first corner. Johansson is side by side. The reigning champion is getting past the newly crowned champion on the way down the hill. Christoph Bex in the background as well. Now we've got a race on our hands.
Oh, you gotta love it. Two drivers that wanted to take this thing to the finale. Victor Johansson said, I'm pretty much out of it, but I'm gonna bring the fight. And Gabrielson all over the back of the Mercedes.
Lucas was so disappointed earlier today that he wasn't able to really get in the mix in the qualifying, because he just needed to stay focused on the job in hand.
We got Victor Johansson protect the inside, Gabrielson to the inside. Now Beck's trying to make it racy. He wants to get into this.
They need to be careful just holding each other up that too much, because Bex is super quick behind. Folders as well. We know Jim has been really fast today.
Well, John Nee, we know he has no problem throwing caution into the wind. He's been the wild card all weekend. Can't count him out in the fifth spot as well. Right now up front, Victor Johansson with about 2 car lengths over Gabrielson. Gabrielson just late braking there for Gabrielson, narrowing up that gap there with the Mercedes of Victor Johansson.
Bex is here though. Bex has got a chance at this if these two keep fighting.
All right, so
Gabrielson has just lost a little bit of ground. Nee and Frosag jokered.
All right,
second lap.
Look at this three-way battle here. Who's going to break first? Johansson, Gabrielson, Bex.
Ultimately, I think Johansson's got the pace. He's had the lap time pace all day, but we haven't seen the best from Lucas Gabrielson because he's been driving canny, and then in the semi-final he just led by miles and backed off towards the end. I don't think Bex can live with these two on ultimate pace. Gabrielson wide at the top of the hill. Bex is going to joker. Great job from Bex to carry the speed in. That's exactly what we saw Maniso did in the junior cross-car final. Boulders wide.
Good commitment from Bex. He's going to lose a little bit of time, but very smart use. Very efficient yoker for Bex. That's going to come back to him. Now back up front, we've got Johansson and Gabrielson. Gabrielson making a little mistake there out of the corner, getting into it a bit late. Dropped about a car position there to Johansson. All right, 2 to go. Victor Johansson protecting the inside. Gabrielson, Bex.
Bex quicker than Gabrielson this time around in the opening sector, but not quicker than Victor Johansson. Victor Johansson has found something else on this lap. Late decision from Gabrielson to go into the joker, but he carries the speed in. Bex in the background. This is going to be close between the newly crowned champion and the Belgian star.
Gabrielson going to drop a position to Bex. We said Bex had one of the best jokers we'd seen all day. Now Gabrielson going to have to fight to get around Christoph Bex on this final lap.
Great job by Bex as well in the opening sector. The gap from Bex up to Victor Johansson is 2.8 seconds. Johansson is eking out the margin as well. He's taken another few tenths out of Bex at the start of this lap. This is a drive to victory for the outgoing champion, Jim, if he can just execute these next couple of corners.
He's keeping it clean there. Victor Johansson He's clean through the joker. At the line, it is going to be Victor Johansson, Christoph Bex, and your 2026 champion, Lucas Gabrielson. That was a race in open two-wheel drive.
That'll make up to a degree for Victor Johansson missing the final in Nice just a few days ago.
Victor Johansson going to be really happy about that.
Saving the donuts for tomorrow, though.
Yeah, like I said, I ran into Victor Johansson last night, and he was all smiles. He knew he really had nothing to lose. Let's go out here and have some fun is pretty much what he said. And whether he wins or not tomorrow to cap off the closing weekend with a victory is a good thing. But here's Lucas Gabrielson with the whole shot. Got the big jump early. Victor Johansson from that second row dove in and took the second spot away. Christoph Bex there getting in the back of Victor Johansson. Gabrielson going a little bit wide, opened the door there for Victor Johansson, who battled down that backstretch, ultimately made the pass over Gabrielson. Here's Christoph Bex with a beautiful joker lap. Dropped back into third, but he stayed close enough that when Gabrielson jokered, Bex was able to get around. And then at the finish, it was Victor Johansson, Christoph Bex, Lucas Gabrielson, your top three in Open 2, round number 9 here at the Estering. Volders, Knee, and Frosag round out your top 6. But Johansson, Bex, and Gabrielson, what a podium that was. All right, we're ready to go racing here at Estering with our supercar final. And man, in this one we got Mats Oman and Munich on that front row. They've had some battles all weekend long. August and Bell. Can Mats Oman keep the pressure on Munich? Mats Oman taking the victory earlier on today in the Pro-Am final. And look at that, a lot of pressure there. Mats Oman going way wide, contact there with Munich.
They both ran deep. René Munich's got the advantage on the inside going down the hill. The all-in-call driver in the gleaming clean Seat Beaver retired from the open four-wheel drive AM final just a little while ago. Mats Oman took the victory in that. Oh, Mandy Hawkins has dropped it at the bottom of the hill. Barbell going slowly as well. I think they had contact in the opening corner. Mats Oman into the Joker at the opening opportunity. His spotter, Per Bjornsson, sends him in. Absolutely the right decision. Has got great lap pace. The lap pace today has been set by René Munich and Mats Oman. René's on a big charge through the opening corner. This is to try and execute a brilliant lap now. For sure he will joke next time around to try and cover off Mats Oman.
Yeah, Mats Oman with the speed. We saw him earlier today just continuing to click off some of the blistering fast lap times. Munich, though, really going to have to time this right. I think if he wastes one more lap, he's not going to have
in the opening sector by a tenth of a second. Owen's on a charge here behind René Munich, one of the most experienced drivers in the entire field.
All right, so
Munich
electing not to do it.
I was sure Munich would Joker that time around.
Opens the door for Mats Oman to claw back even more time.
Again, Mats Oman's closing on René Munich here at the front of the field.
Now Munich almost has to stay out. I hope Mats Oman makes a mistake.
For sure, yeah, you can't joke now. The gap's too small. 1.4 seconds would not be enough.
And look at that, Mats Oman just continuing to make back the time on Munich.
Munich knows this circuit here at the Estering better than anyone. Has invested so much personally into this venue over the years. Currently leading this supercar final.
You gotta think Munich knows the sitting duck at this point, though. Mats Oman just continuing to
9/10 of a second the gap now. Oman needs to be canny here, not make any mistakes. Difficult in this situation because you're just waiting for the driver in front to have to take the Joker.
Well, Munich not going to take it this time by either. I think knows, which is hoping for a mistake out of Mats Oman.
Oman again takes another tenth in the opening sector despite running that bit wide in the first corner.
Mats Omen just dialed in. Yeah, Munich's going to wait until the final lap to take this Joker. Hope for a mistake out of Mats Omen with 1 to go.
Munich turns the car in really late at the end of the loose there, doesn't he? Whereas lots of other people get the rear moving before that. Again, Munich's quite late turning in the first corner. That's just his style, and so far it's worked for him today. But the gap's now down to 0.8 of a second, and on this lap, Rally Munich has to take the compulsory joker that every driver has to take once in every race, and Mats Omen is in the wings. Can he win 2 finals in the space of an afternoon here at the Estering?
All right, so we're going to be looking for things. Mats Omen with 2 corners to go. Leader Munich going to take, a little bobble there from Mats Omen. A missed shift. This is going to be down to the wire. Munich and Omen. Oh, Munich holds on.
What a shame for Omen. He just made a mistake right at the wrong moment with a missed shift, as you say. Mats Omen drives the entire car with his left hand in the steering mechanism and his right arm in a cradle that does everything from braking to throttle to gear changes to handbrake. A small mistake cost a lot there, but he won't be too bothered. He won the Pro-Am final earlier on this afternoon, and a great race there with Rally Munich. Mats had the pace, and I'm sure they'll both be at it again tomorrow. Let's have a look back at the replay here, not only for the pair of the pace setters running deep in the first corner, but also what happened, we cut away from it, what happened between
that was
Mandy
August there.
and Bart Bell. Neither of them finished.
Yeah, Bart Bell was already off pace. Mandy August, it had to happen before that. Some kind of contact. Here you go. This was Mats Omen kind of drifting around there as our
That's
leader.
on the final lap. That's where he just lost that bit of time with
like you said,
going in.
There's a lot going on in that car with Mats Omen doing a lot with one hand. And just made like you said, the one spot on the track he didn't want to make a mistake. And that's why Rene Munich held off until the last lap to take that, hoping for a mistake out of Omen, and it just came back. And Rene Munich, victor here in Supercar Final. That's Omen, second place. August and Bell not finishing this one.
And as we get ready for the clear up with the Supercar machines, we've got news, and that is, I'll read it from my phone. Stewart's decision, race director decision number. What number is it? Give me a moment. It's gone off my screen. Race director decision, round 9, number. It'll be the latest one. Number 6. Sorry about that. Supercar lights, final, number 26, Roberts Vittles, black flag, causing a collision at Joker Lap entry. So Roberts Vittles is disqualified from the Supercar Lights final. Mats Larsson then takes the victory. Kevin Darbach gets second, and Alexander Lindqvist classified in third.
Yeah, Lindqvist still not going to be happy with that result, but did find his way to the podium, getting some of those crucial points. But All right, those of you tuning in at home, we're cleaning things up. We do have one more final to go. We're breaking things apart into Supercar and FC2 finals. So we do have one more final yet to go for those of you tuning in at home. They're on YouTube. Thank you guys for your patience. Get Mandy August cleaned up here, and we have one final race to go. This one's going to have 6 FC2s. Ericsson, Darbic, Lucas Anderson, Sirenen, Nason, and Christensen. All right, we're getting ready to go here with our FC2 final from Estering, round number 9. It's going to be Kevin Eriksson and Darvik on the front row, Lucas Anderson and Sirenen, Nason Christensen in this one. Star-studded shootout here at Estering. Battle we want to watch. Oh, a little jump there from Oliver Eriksson. Oh, look at Darvik getting ping-ponged around. Nason in the mix of that ping-pong as well. Lucas Anderson getting all the way shipped to the outside. And is Romet Cerna leading?
Romet Cerna around the outside to take the lead. It's the two title rivals, Lucas Anderson and Oliver Eriksson, and a fight going down the hill. Romet Cerna, though, who is yet to win at the highest level in Rallyx, leading this one against two super quick drivers. Darvik lost out badly in the run to the first corner after not a great start from the front row.
Cerna protecting the inside. Going to have a lot of pressure with some of the best drivers in the world here with Oliver Eriksson and Lucas Anderson, but Cerna holding the pressure well. Darvik jumps in, Nason jumps in. They're through the Joker, but right now the battle up front, Oliver Eriksson looking at the inside of Cerna.
Eriksson had a good look to the inside of Cerna through the opening corners. No way through. I think Eriksson's got more pace to give here, but the route's blocked through at the moment. Christensen and Nason in a battle at the back of the field. Anderson sideways on the way into the penultimate corner at the moment. They're kind of stalled on Joker strategy because Darvik's still there in the window.
We got a spin. That was Christensen in the Joker spinning.
He needs to get that going, otherwise that's going to be a bit of a problem for those that still need to go into the extra route. Eriksson's all over the back of Romet Cerna coming down the hill.
One thing you know about the OMSA teammates, they'll drive each other clean in this one, but look at that. Lucas Anderson now looking to the inside there of Oliver Eriksson.
They've got to split the strategy, these three. If we're going to have a race of it, I'm sure they will. I'm sure Anderson will go this time around. If Eriksson doesn't, Anderson's going wide. He's definitely going Joker. Oh, he's lost time on the way in, runs right to the sand on the outside. Christensen's gone. That's brilliant in terms of us having a race here this afternoon.
Big mistake by Lucas Anderson. Looks like Darvik going to get into the mix there with Anderson. Oh, almost spun around. Don't know if there was contact or not. Lucas Anderson coming in way hot.
Anderson lights the throttle up and drives out of the corner. This is playing into Lucas Anderson's hands that Romet Cerna is holding back teammate Ollie Eriksson.
You got to think Ollie Eriksson's going to dive in, take it this time by. He almost has to. Yeah, he's looking wide. Yep, Oliver Eriksson going to dive in, take it. Romet Cerna now going to have to try.
This is going to be close with Anderson on the exit. Eriksson's got a great exit out of the Joker section. Anderson's going to look to the inside. These two have raced hard all year. Can't pass up at that corner at the moment because Victor Christensen's in the gravel. There'll be yellow flags at that section of the track, and now it's all about Ollie Eriksson closing down on Romet Cerna, the opening sector. Eriksson's not quick enough. Cerna's taking 2/10 out of Eriksson.
All right, because Cerna, he's going to have the Joker of his life here. Tucks in, leader going to go into the Joker. Can Eriksson get around Little rotation there from Ericsson. Cerna getting through. It's going to be close at the line. Romet Cerna with the win.
Victory for Romet Cerna in FC2, and with that, the title fight in the championship is going to go down to the final day of the season.
He's going to be absolutely ecstatic with that one. Cerna with the victory.
Such a well-managed race from Romet Cerna. Didn't have the pace through the middle portion of the race. Fended off the pressure from Ollie Eriksson, and then executed that lap.
Here was the move, really second row, and he goes all the way to the outside. Was able to just kind of pinch over. Very aggressive first corner there from Romet Cerna, but that was the one that won him the race. All kinds of pressure from Oliver Eriksson, who had his hands full with Lucas Anderson. They were like a three-way train up front for most of the race. At some point, you knew somebody was going to have to break out. It was Lucas Anderson first, then he got into it with Darbic. Barely able to pinch off Darbic.
Had Darbic passed Anderson then, Eriksson would have won the championship in this. It was that close to being done on points. Great job by Lucas Anderson, and a stunning job through the Joker section by Romet Cerna.
Just narrowly over Oliver Eriksson. What a beautiful race that was here in our FC2 final. Yeah, and Romet Cerna, he is going to celebrate. That's a long time coming for the former cross-kart driver. He's been driving both in the United States and Rallyx Americas and here in Europe. Been on the podium multiple times, but first victory, and he is going to be happy.
6th different winner of the year in the FC2 category. Romet Cerna confirmed as your winner here in Estering. Round 9 of the championship. Oliver Eriksson, Lucas Anderson, Tobias Darbic, Emil Nason, and Victor Christensen, whose car was left parked on the outside in the first corner. Fastest lap of the race went to Lucas Anderson, and Oliver Eriksson will have to wait another day to be crowned as the FC2 champion for 2026.
Look at that. Celebrations abound for Romet Cerna. Took him to the final weekend of the championship here. The teammates from OMSC. And you got to give Oliver Eriksson credit. Raced him clean, but that went down to the wire.
Ollie Eriksson also knows well what it feels like to win your first big final. He's got many of those in his pocket, and I'm sure there'll be many more for both of these drivers.
Oh, you got to love the celebration there. Romet looking left, right. Photographers all over the place. Beautiful bit of driving. And, you know, it makes you feel like you've earned it when you've got one of the best in the world in Oliver Eriksson that you beat. Two of the best, with Lucas Anderson as well, but he's just taking a moment for himself. But, you know, you want to win against the best. And when you beat Oliver Eriksson head-to-head, you know you won against the best.
You're absolutely right. The last thing you want is to win a race by default because everyone's fired each other off in the first corner. You want to go out there, and he didn't even start on the front row, did he? It was Darbic and Eriksson on the first row of the grid, and brilliant job from Romet Cerna. I'm sure he'll sleep well tonight, and yeah, it's the monkeys off his back now.
Well, I will say, he and his spotter went into last weekend in Nissan. They said they quit drinking beer, no alcohol, nothing. They were taking the next 4 rounds, which is 2 weekends of racing, serious. And I got to tell you what, that seriousness paid off for Romet Cerna on this one. I can't promise that they're not going to have a cocktail after this one, though. Well, Hal, I mean, obviously we're here at the legendary Estering. We just saw Romet Cerna, you know, take his very first ever victory in Supercar FC2. But what a great day of racing. I mean, that open two-wheel drive final was just absolutely electric as well. Crosscar Junior. This place is definitely, you know, owning its billing.
They all delivered, didn't they? Matt Simon winning is special for everybody involved in this entire sport. Randy Munich winning as well, has done so much for Rallycross for many, many years now, so it's brilliant for them to have that opportunity to race here and claim victories. And then, okay, the Supercar Lights final was a little bit controversial in the end, and Mads Larsen claimed his second ever victory. But in the, as you say, Crosscar Junior, insane racing. I love watching Ministo race and try and do all these different lines to try and make good from a bad position. Pim Klaassen claiming the victory. We've got a wild season finale for cross car tomorrow. 1 point, I think, is the gap going into it. All my maths for the FC2 final totally relevant now because the gap wasn't big enough for Ollie Eriksson to get that done. So there's that to be settled for tomorrow as well. And I hear that there's a load of tickets being sold. So it's going to be a heatwave in Germany. It's going to be a great day at the Estering, and I can't wait.
Well, on behalf of Al Ridge, I am Jim Beaver. We'll see you tomorrow from the legendary Estering, getting started about midday. Don't have the official timestamp yet, but you can check out our Rallyx YouTube channel, and we will see you tomorrow for, I guess we're crowning some champions here, round number 10 at the Estering. Good race.